thing is, he doesn't really fit the other ones either. Like Wrath, he wasn't really vengeful. Wait,
He was not like vengeful. That was kind of the storyline.
yeah, that was kind of. Now that I remember, he was the instigator of this entire storyline.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Hmm.
Hi everyone, by the way.
Hi, we were talking about boys.
Boys, boys, boys.
Boys, 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 boys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as we do every Friday at an hour before.
We're early.
Wow.
Wow.
We're early for the boys.
Yeah, that's how bad we want them. Maybe not Gretel.
Not this version of Gretel. Give me pastry chef
Yeah,
Gretel any day.
can we have Gretel from the Cinderella route back, please?
Yeah, can we have cafe workers and Gretel back?
I took Cinderella back too, actually.
I would take beginning of the story arc Cinderella over what we have right now.
To think we would miss Cinderella.
Of all people. Not even like post journey where he's learned a lesson.
Yeah.
No, just give us the base version of Cinderella where he's blowing all of his money and sleeping with chicks, you know?
Yeah.
That one.
The womanizer. We'll take that over this.
Because at least it wasn't problematic. I was gonna say that, and then I was like, no, it's still problematic.
Problematic
Anyway.
in a different way.
Problematic for a different reason.
On a lesser scale, arguably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like it's like one pissed off chick slaps him in the face, and then okay, well that relationship's going nowhere.
I mean...
Maybe escalates to murder at some point, but who knows?
Oh dear.
Anyway,
I guess to
so
this.
last time we started the
shenanigans.
Gretel route, and terrible, terrible things are happening.
Yep.
He kidnapped his stepsister. For some unknown reason, we're kind of getting bits and pieces in the past. And I guess we're back to the present time where they're in a cabin in the woods somewhere.
Yep.
Sister! Wake up, sister!
I could feel someone shaking me, but my drowsiness was stronger, keeping my eyelids firmly closed. Yeah, don't wake up.
Yeah, don't wake up.
Question marks.
Well, that's how Gretel was portrayed as earlier.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See? Sister, wake up, sister.
I wasn't paying attention, obviously.
It could also be a different character. I think they're trying to allude that it could be a different character, give us false hope, but
Yeah, we'll see, I guess.
considering they said sister,
Mm-hmm.
there's only 2 people that can use that name.
My would-be rouser fell silent, suggesting that he had given up. Goodbye. Thus, I was now free to sleep as much as I wanted.
With the restraints on. If you don't wake up, I'm gonna pull a prank on you.
You're gonna do that regardless.
He will.
Gah! The sudden whisper in my ear made me bolt upright in bed.
Oh, that's my bad. I didn't know it was a whisper. Good morning, sister.
Morning, Gretel. When I opened my leadened eyes, I found Gretel smiling amiably at me.
Did you sleep well?
Hard to say. My head was fuzzy, probably because I'd only just woken up.
Back to sleep.
In fact, if I wasn't careful, I might just drift off again.
She opens her eyes, and he's right in front of her. Stay awake, please.
Meow, meow, meow. We kitty cats are certified nap experts.
I'm gonna strip you again.
How about you don't
Please
assault
don't.
us again?
Please don't.
Good morning, Gretel. What fine weather we are having.
Why would you skin a cat?
This time I snapped awake completely.
Go wash your face and get dressed.
Oh, that's me. Hi.
It is you.
He promptly handed me a washcloth and a change of clothes.
It's okay. I got chapter 3 and the final chapter, so
Yep.
we're good there.
And then heads and tails. Okay. Biting back a yawn, I headed for the bathroom. Dots. As much as I wanted to ignore Gretel's pranks, I was on his home turf, so to speak. We were alone together, and he was my captor.
Yes.
As my captor, he was functionally my supervisor and manager. After
I
all,
didn't know she was in the idol company.
he was in charge of my meals, clothing, baths, everything. Oh, thank you for your contribution, Peachy. And you're excited for Heads and Tails? We haven't even finished this one yet. Come on. And thank you for your contribution as well, Relix.
I'm working on it. Yeah, but Heads and Tails has Huntsman and Wolf, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am eager for Huntsman because, I don't know, I can't explain that.
I do like that the last game of Taisho X Alice is going to have us split characters.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fun way to finish up.
Mm-hmm. And so, I had no choice but to follow the path you laid out for me each and every day. Gretel, can we talk?
What is it, sister?
What on earth am I wearing? The outfit Gretel had prepared for me was a cross between a kimono and an apron.
Wait, the cafe outfit.
Maybe.
Do we actually get a CG of that this time?
I mean, we did get a CG of the...
Oh yeah, you're right,
Yeah.
we did.
But I think you're right,
The
it's
only-
the same outfit.
The thing is, we didn't get to see Cinderella in the outfit.
Yeah, shameful.
Put on the miniskirt, Gretel.
Not only that, but the bottom half was a miniskirt with frilly lace trim. It was adorable. But coming from my little brother,
It suits you well. Very cute. Wait a minute. In the alternate timeline, he said this outfit was too revealing and freaked out.
yeah, because Cinderella chose it. That was the only reason. Huh? You think so? I wasn't exactly excited to wear pinafore, but hearing that I looked cute made me happy.
Yeah, you look like a waitress in a sleazy establishment. Perverts and creepy old men would love you.
Okay, so you're a
Which
pervert
category
and-
do you fall under?
I'm gonna go with both, frankly, even though he's the youngest.
Isn't he younger?
Yeah. He's still a creepy old man, let's be real.
True.
I regret ever trusting you.
Relax. No one has to see you in that humiliating getup except for me. That is what they call a Japanese-style maid dress. I figured wearing it might help you be a little bit more obedient. Fake it until you make it, as they say. Now then, sister. Come here, please.
No. What for? Gretel's smile was as radiant as the morning sun. I braced myself.
Slap him. Relax. I'm not gonna mess with you.
X'd it out.
I'm gonna mess with your outfit.
Has he ever once said that and actually meant it? I don't think so. As I squinted dubiously at him, he quickly lost his patience, seizing me by the arm, and he yanked me closer to him, of course.
Here.
He placed something on my head. What is it? I placed my hands on my head and felt something crumpled.
It's a hairband. A frilly one. You know, the kind you see maids wear. One of those. Yes. It's very cute. Oh, okay. I see what he's talking about now.
You're fine this round.
Yeah.
Is this what you're into, Gretel? Maids?
I'm in the maids. Maids are cute. Sorry. If I said it was, would you keep wearing it? In that case, I'll say whatever you need me to. I love girls in Japanese-style maid outfits. Frankly, it really gets me going.
You're utterly incorrigible, master. Don't do that.
She's already into the roleplay already. What the fuck?
Very cute. Settle down. If he was going to tease me, then I was going to tease him right back.
Well done.
Ew. He patted me on the head, as if to reward me. That's not a reward.
Yeah.
More than an older sister, more than a maid. I felt like his pet. Yeah, that's what's happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, feeding into a sick fantasy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And also the whole pet thing, that's why there's a cage there.
Yep. Pet burb.
Now then, I need to get going.
Okay, thank God.
So get in the cage.
Oh dear. He grabbed his book bag off the chair.
This bitch is going to school?
After all this shit.
You kidnapped someone.
Going where?
To school, of course.
School? School? He was so casual about it, I failed to react for a second.
Yeah, if we both disappeared, then that'd be weird. Obviously, I still have to graduate from community college, you know. Watch this be an elaborate plot just to hold his sister back a year. I know it's not, but...
Yeah, we'll see. Well, sorry for thinking you were too busy kidnapping your sister to go to school. Don't you roll your eyes at me, mister.
No, this is a good chance, because this gives her a chance to like leave, and like if he leaves footprints in the woods, she can follow them back into town, blah blah blah. Like this is a good chance.
Maybe, we'll see. Then I want to go with you.
No, you're perfectly fine right where you are. Just stay here and watch the house for me. I'm gonna say the answer is yes, but we've been defying him the entire time. So you want to say no instead?
That's a good question.
Because like if we say yes, then it's like, okay, he leaves us alone, cool, whatever. But if we say no, then we're being honest, and then like, do you really even have a choice? No. Yeah. Like this entire route, we just never had a choice, honestly.
I feel like if we say yes, you'd also be suspicious of us too.
Yeah, so let's say no.
Yeah.
Because that way it's at least honest.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it.
Yeah, that's the problem. He brushed me off with a sunny smile.
Oh, I made breakfast. Do be sure to eat it. I laced it with sleeping pills. Don't eat that breakfast, girl.
He indicated the kitchen.
I got confused because I was like, oh wait, is he waiting for me?
No, my brain was buffering. Don't worry about it. I looked over then while I was distracted. Carlo grabbed me by the arm. Hello.
Oh.
What?
Silly me. I nearly forgot to tie you back up. Please forget.
Yeah, please forget again.
we need an actual storyline here.
Yeah. He spoke with the offhanded tone of someone who forgot to turn the oven off. I can't eat breakfast with my hands tied. I tried to shake him off, but he was stronger, and he swiftly tied my wrists together. Nevertheless, I flailed even harder, and he pinned me to the floor. Wow, the floor.
The floor?
I'm not screaming.
You'll be fine. Just bend over and eat it at 90-degree angle, like one of those drinking bird toys. I'll tie your hair back so you won't have to worry about it getting into the food. Gross. At least take the time to feed her if you're gonna go that far, man.
You know, it would be a lot less hassle for us both if you would just not tie me up in the first place.
Look, he's in the rope play. What can I say?
I was starting to get legitimately angry at his flagrant disregard for my human rights. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. Flagrant.
Flagrant.
Peachy analysis.
You're starting to piss me off, you know.
Well, I don't enjoy making you upset. It's still preferable to letting you escape.
Priorities. Once he finished tying my hands and hair, he rose to his feet as if nothing
I'm sorry, sister. This is partially your fault. I wanted to feed you while I still had time, but you refused to wake up.
Right, our fault. Got it.
Yeah, our fault, bitch.
Dots. I glared up at him from the floor and crouched down to meet my gaze once more. Then he cupped my chin in his hand, tilted my face up, and whispered sweetly, gross.
Now remember, sister, be sure not to set a foot outside. Let alone 2 feet.
Right.
She better be rushing that door down.
Yeah. Screaming, I threw a kick at the door.
Let's go, girl!
Sure, my skirt flew up, and it wasn't very ladylike, but I didn't care. Not like anyone could see me right now. Dots. Unfortunately, the door didn't budge. Meanwhile, I was nearly in tears from the pain in my foot. Oh. Huh. I guess I can't kick it down.
Burn it down. Wait, she has a kitchen. Why is she burning the ropes off?
Good question. I'm not sure if it's a gas stove, though.
Oh, yeah. If it's like a stove that you have to light, then...
I leaned back against the wall and slid down to a sitting position. Then, once I calmed down, I started to think. You can think?
Burn it down. She's at least got 1 brain cell. We know this.
Yeah, this time. From the sounds of it, it would appear that the door had 2 locks. One on the inside and one on the outside.
Hey, we're getting information now.
It made sense, of course. What kind of crappy house would this be if it couldn't be locked from the inside? And since he wanted to keep me inside at all costs, it would make sense for him to invest in a padlock or something similar that could only be unlocked from the outside.
Have we tried the window?
Sure, the door was only made out of wood, but there was no way I could kick it down myself.
Burn it down.
Based on these factors, I concluded that I wasn't going to get through the main exit anytime soon. Not that I need to destroy the door. If I could get my hands free, I could just open the window.
Oh, okay.
For the record, my wrists were tied with cloth, so I could probably free myself if I really wanted to. Then do it.
Wait.
What? Why haven't you just done it then?
Wait.
Reikyu.
This bitch.
But no matter how easy it was to get untied, it would be nearly impossible to tie myself back up. So...
Oh, true. So you need like a surefire escape plan before you do it. Because otherwise it's like, oh, you're able to get out of those? I guess I'll invest in the steel cuffs next.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I would do once I got out. Stay far away from Gretel, report him to the police.
Follow his footprints back into town and then go to the police.
Have Huntsman do something about him.
Yeah.
I didn't know precisely where this cabin was located beyond, in a forest. But Gretel couldn't drive a car, nor could he have carried me very far on foot without assistance. So I had a reasonably good idea of where I was. After all, our town was known for its summer homes, many of which were cute little cottages in the forest. But I still understand the most important part. Gretel's motive. He's insane. Yeah.
He is obsessed with you.
Why would he go to all the trouble of locking me up in here?
Obsession to insanity.
He said it was to protect me, but from what? How did he arrive at this idea? No guarantee he'll ever actually tell me.
Yeah, because he knows if he tells you, you'll just say he's crazy. Because he is.
Next, I reflected on Gretel's behavior. Sure, he liked to mess around with me, but would he really seek out an empty cabin, make it fit to inhabit, and buy me new clothes, all as a joke? I sincerely doubted it. Anyway. That's a problem.
Anyway, we have a definition for flagrant if you want to know it.
Yeah.
Something considered wrong or immoral, conspicuously or obviously offensive.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yes. Anyway, earthquake.
No, stomach rumble.
So a smaller earthquake.
Yeah, internal scale. I looked at the bread sitting on the kitchen counter, cut neatly into bite-sized pieces. Beside it was the cup of what I assumed to be hot chocolate, though it had long since gone cold.
Ew, cold hot chocolate?
So chocolate milk.
If you make it with milk, some people make hot chocolate with water.
There you go, huh?
But usually those are like the instant packets, and then the instant packets have a little bit of milk in them because they realize that they are terrible without it.
Yeah. My stomach had been growling like crazy for a while now, but I was not a pet, and as such, I refused to eat the food he left out for me.
Hunger strike, let's go.
He could bully me and dress me up in whatever costume he wanted, but I still had my dignity, my pride, if you will. Guess I'll sleep until Gretel gets back. I could avoid looking at the food, but my brain still knew it was there. Thus, the only option was to shut myself down. Fair.
Conserve energy, let's go.
Then, when Gretel got home, I could make him feed me something. Or so I thought. But just then... Huh?
Boom, Huntsman bust in.
I heard a knock and turned in the direction of the sound. Well, I jumped to my feet. Who's there? Wizard? Oh,
Wizard?
I was not expecting
I
him.
forgot. Are you... you're Wizard, right?
Yep. A man was standing outside the window. But this wasn't just any ordinary man. He was wearing a pointed hat and cape, with a black cat on his shoulder. Weirdo alert. Hello?
Let's go.
You're pretty weird yourself, you know. The weirdo grinned at me.
By the way, if you ever need me to take over Reiki while Wizard's on the field, let me know.
Okay, I think I shall be fine though. You could leave anytime you wanted, and yet you chose to stay. The rest of the world would find that pretty strange. No, but you're a bit estranged from the rest of the world at the moment, so I guess they don't matter. I mean... He spoke as though he already knew everything about me and my current circumstances.
Yeah, that's what he does.
I rushed over to the window. Do you know my brother Gretel? Sure do. Then do you know who I am? Of course. Do you know why we're out here? Obviously I would.
Co-conspirator? Kill him.
Looked at me knowingly. I'm the wizard, and I know all there is to know. If you wish for me to tell you, then I shall. But do you really want to know? Yes. Stop with the riddles.
Stop with the wizard riddles, magic man, and tell us what you know.
At this, I stopped to think. Who was this man, the wizard? Was he lying or telling the truth? Whose side was he on? His own side.
He's more of a neutral party.
Yeah. Was this the right move to make? In the end, I decided... God damn it, Reikyu.
God damn it, you... dumb bitch.
I'm sorry. As much as I want to know, I can't ask you. Not right now. And why is that? I don't know you, but I can tell that you're probably telling the truth when you say you know about me and Gretel. However, you're not the one who trapped me in here. Gretel is. Nah, I see. So you wish to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, I take it?
Not that he'll tell you, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Yeah, sorry to change my mind on you like that.
By the way, could you open the door?
Yeah, right? No, I don't mind. After all, I don't know why he's decided to lock you up.
Oh.
What? Defeated, I slumped my forehead against the window pane. The loud noise startled the wizard's cat, who bolted. Oh, poor Kibby.
Not the kitty.
You just said you know everything.
About the outside world.
No, it's perfect, you know.
I mean, at least he's willing to admit his faults here.
Yeah. He laughed and shrugged. So you were just screwing with me? Perish the thought.
He has approximate knowledge about many things.
I simply have limits, that's all. While I may appear all-knowing, there are rules I cannot break. His word choice caught my attention, and I narrowed my eyes.
When do we date the wizard?
Next episode.
Yes.
Is that because you're Gretel's accomplice? Good question. He smiled without batting a lash. I only know the plot outline of the desired ending. As for anything else, sometimes I don't know what I know, you know? Fair enough, I guess. I don't know.
That's also fair. Sometimes I don't know what I know.
Yeah. All I could deduce from this was that there wasn't necessarily any confirmation he was Gretel's accomplice.
Because he's not. He's like Switzerland.
No, even if you wanted, I could break you out of there, please.
Please and thank you?
But you don't want me to, do you? No, Reikyu, don't.
Reikyu, don't be a dumb bitch, please.
Please. It's not that I want to stay here, but I'll hold off for now. God damn it. In that case, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do for you at this time.
I was gonna say, I thought it was a little early for Wizard to be making an appearance here.
Yeah. Can we ask him to come back tomorrow? Or step in if something sketchy happens again?
Yeah, hopefully it's just like, don't break the rules, and then just like magics them apart or something.
Can we promise something, Wizard? Can you obliterate Gretel if he assaults me again?
Did you explode the house?
Yeah.
Wizards of your caliber, no explosion, right?
He shrugged sadly. Aw. That's demonstrably false, actually. What? He stared at me, his eyes as round as saucers.
Go to the cops!
You think there's nothing you can do for me? Well, I disagree. We're having a conversation, aren't we? As he blinked in surprise, I smirked mischievously at him. Would you chat with me for a while, Mr. Wizard? I'm really, really bored in here. Fair enough, I guess. Dots. For a moment, he froze, his brown eyes fixed on mine. Then he grinned.
Wizard EXE has stopped working.
Yeah. Sure, why not? I want to understand your thought process, and I'm happy to kill time with you anytime you need me to. That's fair. Valid.
Ah, so both of these kids are fucked up. Understandable. So true, PG.
Thank you. Let me go get a chair. But right as I stepped away from the window, a familiar sound caught my attention. It was my stomach, reminding me that I was still human, as the wizard feed you. Are you hungry? Oh god, you heard it?
It shook the entire foundation of the house.
You poor thing. You must be starving. I mean, there is food here, technically. Slumping my shoulders, I glanced at the kitchen. Then why not eat it? I would, except there's one little problem. I turned my back to him and hopped up and down to bring my bound wrist into view. Oh, I got a Wade. Wow. Hello.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Yes, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going, Adam? I probably butchered your name. Let me know if I butchered it. I did not do the right thing. I know what I'm doing. Well, Peachy's got it.
They're doing the Halloween event for Splatoon 3.
Oh yeah, I think I heard about that.
Yeah, that started tonight.
Yeah, I don't Splatoon, so...
I'm still trying to pick what team I want to do and whether or not I actually want to put time into it tonight. I don't know, my weekends have just gotten really busy, so I haven't had time to do, like, the weekend Splatfest. But how was the Splatoons?
Yeah, how was Splatoon? I hope you had fun. And to everyone that has come in with Arum, my name is Sakyu. Sakyu, even Q is acceptable. I consider myself a variety streamer, though I do stream mostly visual novels. Like tonight, we are currently playing Taisho Alice with my lovely co-host Relix Akusa. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I am Burb.
Yes, you
that is
are.
constantly on fire.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I put myself in a chicken bucket for Halloween. Happy Halloween, by the way.
Welcome out of ads. Kind of sad that you got ads, because I have pre-roll disabled. So, like, after you rated, you shouldn't have had it, unless you had me
I think you were in the middle of an ad break when they rated in, so...
Yeah, but still. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Let's see. Let's recap. So, welcome in. How was Splatoon 3? How was the Halloween event? I got hit by a smooth criminal.
That would do it.
Known as Twitch ads.
Yeah. Rip. Oh, nice. I don't know what that means, but I'll go with nice.
So a 10x battle is when you're paired off against a team, and then that battle counts as 10 times the amount of points a normal battle would have. So basically, you're doing 10 battles at once.
I see.
So if you win them, it really helps out your team.
Nice.
There's also the 100x battles, which we won't go into because those are for like the high tier players. And typically they like to save those till like the final day. Oh yeah, and then the 333s. But those are like insane. Most of the time you're just gonna get the 10x. Which is still a good amount of points. Oh, wait, did Autumn hear the introduction, or do we have to do the introduction again?
Yeah, I don't know. What have you heard after reading this, Autumn? Do we have to re-welcome everyone? Yes. Reintroduce ourselves?
Tell us your approximate knowledge of many things. Just like our wizard friend here.
Yes. We should probably explain why our wizard friend is behind a window.
Because he's a peeping Tom. Kind of.
I wouldn't have minded doing it again, Autumn, but it's okay. Should we recap what's happening in the game, or should we just...
Sure, why not? Let's catch the raiders up to snuff, so that way they know when we're, like, barfing and disgusted with what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, did you want to do the recap, or do you want me to do it?
I feel like you're better at summarizing it than I am.
Alright. So, we, the main character, a female, have been kidnapped by our stepbro to be forced to live in a cabin where every time he leaves the cabin, he ties our hands behind our back with some cheap-ass cloth. And on one such day, a wizard came knocking at our door, our window, and said, "Oh, I have knowledge of everything." And then he backtracked and said that he has approximate knowledge of many things. And now we're just trying to have a conversation with him.
Yep,
because we're trying to ignore the fact that we're starving.
Yeah.
Also, we're in a cafe maid outfit for some reason.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, showing the wizard that our hands are bound behind her back. Thanks, wizard. So bend over and eat it like a cat. I guess that's at least more human than the idea of, like, the bird thing.
Yeah, stepbrother, Peachy. Stepbrother.
Adoptive brother, actually. I don't know why you keep saying step.
True, adopted brother. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess I just got the two words confused in my head.
Similar but different.
Yeah.
You got confused, Peachy, because Relux got confused. It's okay.
It's a general confusion that we all share.
We're all confused here. What is with these people? I would have been tearing my hair out right about now, but I couldn't use my hands. So instead I jumped up and down in frustration. Fair.
Since you and the wizard are having a powwow, I'm gonna get some water.
Okay.
And snack.
In that case, shall I assist you? Huh? You heard the man. It's breakfast time.
Heroine-chan.
Open my little heroine. Say hi. Oh boy. I sat in my chair, hands still bound, as the wizard fed me my toast. Wait, how did he get in? Did he just snap his fingers and poof in? Probably. It's so good. The bread in question was a small Russian breakfast roll baked by Gretel himself. Normally, I would have liked to slather it in butter and jam, or even make a ham and cheese sandwich out of it, but this would have to do. Sure, it was plain bread, but it was still delicious by itself. As the wizard fed me my toast is definitely a really funny sentence out of context. Want more? Yes, please. At my request, the wizard grabbed another bite-sized piece of botchin and held it up to my mouth so I could bite it. So much nicer than having a certain someone stuff it into my mouth without asking. Feels like I'm feeding a little rabbit. That's cute. I stomped my foot in protest, like a rabbit. So, how did you get in here so easily? You know, all the locks in the door. Okay, I asked that question. Good to know she's asking it now, too. Seriously, the dude practically waltzed in here. As he offered to assist me, I was like, how? He was like this, and the door swung open. Damn. Since I didn't hear him unlock anything, it kind of left me with a lot of unanswered questions. I'm the wizard, after all. Obviously. Yeah, of course, duh. Okay, then. He gave me one of his non-answers, and I shrugged it off. Conversation over. That said, if he didn't want to reveal his secrets, then I couldn't exactly force him. No sense in pressing further. For now. Anyway. Next episode when we're dating him. Anyway. I wonder how Gretel would feel if he knew about us doing this. Probably insanely jealous. You know, having a visibly shady stranger feed me bread while I'm tied up. Aren't you more worried about what he would do in response? Same difference, really. I suppose so. The wizard laughed cheerfully. I couldn't get a read on him. You know, you could have just untied me so I could eat, then tied me back up after. Good point.
That would require him to wait around, and he seemed like he was in a bit of a hurry.
I don't know, he just kind of waltzed in. Like, he snapped and the doors opened, and then he walked right in.
Oh, the wizard, right.
Yeah, the wizard.
Not Gretel.
Not Gretel. Gretel is absent for now still. You missed a cute toast feeding scene.
No CG?
No CG.
Oh, I had my headphones on. I can hear the entire thing. Don't worry.
Okay. Never mind then. They require more effort with the same wrong voice. They require more effort with the same outcome. This is functionally no different. It's pretty different to me. And then the wizard looked up suddenly. What is it? It seems your brother is on his way back. Oh boy, huh? What should we do about it? Stay. I don't know. Don't leave me with him. This question made me pause.
Quick, transform into us, and then we'll tie your hands behind your back, and then we'll just waltz up the door.
The good old switcheroo.
The good old switcheroo. It's classic for a reason.
I had only just wondered how Gretel would react if he saw us. Was I about to find out? I mean, he's a wizard. He could just... gone. Hey, Mr. Wizard, if you want to, like, cause a little accident for Gretel on his way back, just saying. Yeah.
Yeah, just saying. I'll pay you a couple bucks.
Sorry, but you gotta go. Can you turn Gretel into a bunny? Yes, please. That would be great. For some
Can we
reason.
put him inside the cage?
Yeah, put him in the cage. For some reason, the word infidelity came to mind. Hi! Alright then.
It's not a great word for this situation.
No. With a light-hearted wave, he headed for the door. And be sure to lock it behind you. I know. Oh, you're gonna lurk, but come back if you can. Sounds good. Have a good lurk. Take care. There's a lot more I want to say to you, but I'll limit myself to just one last thing. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Anytime. Bye, wizard. Come back soon.
Please.
He opened the door, and I caught a tiny glimpse of the world beyond. Wait, before you go. I stopped him one last time. He looked back over his shoulder at me. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Will I see you again?" Good question. Yes, I dare say you might.
If we get the bad ending.
Until then, my little heroine, farewell. See you.
Every time this fucker's shown his face for more than 3 seconds, we get the bad ending.
I mean, he was pretty present during Cinderella's route toward the middle.
Yeah, towards the mid part when we needed conflict, but for Red's route, he just showed up. He's like, "Oh, you picked the wrong path. Sorry."
Yeah. As requested, he locked the door from outside before he left. Once that lock was in place, I managed to lock it from the inside too. What a strange man. I let out a breath and sat down on the spot. Everything about him was a total mystery, but I couldn't sense any ill will toward me. That said, if he was able to bypass Gretel's security system, the chances were good he was in on the scheme. No, he's just a wizard.
He's just a wizard. He just does wizard things.
Yeah, he's up to wizard shit. Just then, I sensed someone on the other side of the door, so I rose to my feet. I heard the sound of the door unlocking, and then it opened.
Tadaima.
I'm home, and I definitely didn't forget that my microphone was muted.
Good job. Welcome home, Gretel. That was fast. Sure enough, here he was. I donned a smile to hide my internal panic.
Did someone come and visit? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Why would we actually tell him about the wizard? I want to see his reaction.
Fine.
Look, we already know this girl's a terrible liar.
Yeah.
But if he thinks it's some weird delusion, then it's fine.
We'll see what happens, I guess. If we get a bad ending, we have the save. Yeah. He answered him honestly, and his expression twisted sharply. Oh, he looks upset, for real.
Just the immediate shift from, Who was it? When? Did you talk to them?
His voice was startlingly icy, and it made me flinch, but I quickly recovered. Just now, see? Little kitty cat's having trouble saying goodbye.
What cat?
I turned to the window. Outside, could see nothing but dense trees, casting shadows in the sunlight.
So you saw those rippling shadows and thought it was a cat?
Sonotori! I couldn't shoot him with a finger gun, so I settled for snapping my fingers. Fair enough. Initially, Gretel seemed somewhat convinced, but then his gaze came to rest on one particular object in the room. Oh dear. What's wrong?
That's strange. I thought you said you wouldn't eat it since you're not an animal or whatever.
Girls gotta eat, buddy.
Girls gotta eat, bitch.
Well, I got really hungry. I was starving. I wanted to wait until you got home, but I just couldn't, so I bent over and ate it, just like a cat. More cat mention, smooth Reikyu. I hastily stumbled my way through an excuse.
I see. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'll try to come home faster from now on.
Please no. He smirked faintly.
Alas, I do wish I could have seen you degrade yourself as you bent over like a cat.
Dream on. I glared at him.
One second, I was in the middle of chewing.
I see.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Did I really leave my water bottle downstairs?
Did you?
I did. Damn it.
Nice.
Oh well.
I poured on my lips and sipped the hot chocolate Gretel had kindly reheated for me.
I'll wait till Gretel leaves again. Good girl. Well done.
Gross.
Ugh. How do you think I feel? I'm reading it.
Once I finished my drink, Gretel wiped the corners of his lips with his thumb. Why? You sure came home quick. Did you actually go to school?
Of course I did. Where else would I go? To my mistress?
I don't know. Back home, maybe? I tilted my head.
I already explained this to you. This is our home now, sister.
I couldn't confirm or deny it. I just hung my head and refused to answer at all. It was one of few options available to me.
You lied to me, didn't you, sister?
No. Lie about what? Come on.
It's definitely not going to be about the wizard shit.
Huh?
Because we didn't lie.
True. I mean, yeah. I looked up to find Gretel's face suddenly very close to mine. I tried to flinch away, but he reached out and cupped both my cheeks in his hands, preventing my escape. Stop.
Don't try to hide it. Someone came to the house while I was gone, didn't they?
Yeah. I got the feeling there's no point in trying to deny it any further, so instead I came clean.
And he fed you the bread roll?
Yeah. I nodded timidly.
I see.
His tone was surprisingly calm. I blinked. You're not mad? Oh no, that's the face of a man that is beyond mad.
He is so mad he has gone mute. And now he's just a burning white ball of rage. Would you like me to be?
No, of course not.
Truth be told, I'm positively furious on the inside. Let's say I'm boiling with rage.
I don't think that's good for your health, buddy.
And hormones.
Not the hormones. His affable smile didn't reach his eyes. I'd like to boil him, so true. It was so intimidating, I felt the urge to scoot the whole chair away from him, but couldn't.
But in this case, it was my fault. I was too lenient. If I'm gonna keep you safe, I have to lock you up as tightly as possible.
About no.
Get in the cage.
But why? What are you trying to protect me from?
The demons. In my mind.
Demons?
Correct.
So you think Mr. Wizard is a demon? Don't give out his identity like that, Jesus.
I was gonna say...
Reikyu.
I know Wizard is his last name, but still.
But even though I named my visitor outright, Gretel didn't have much of a reaction at all.
You're very appetizing. So I have to keep you safe from the evil demons who would gobble you up. This sounds strangely familiar. I think I might have heard it in a fairy tale once, actually.
What do you mean,
Maybe
gobble me up?
Maybe like Grimm's fairy tales? Well, for example...
He let go of my face and brushed my hair away.
Are we gonna have some good old-fashioned wolf bashing?
What are you doing?
Something like this.
Please no. When he put a hand to my neck, slipped the fabric to the side and leaned in. What are you... Don't.
Hickey?
Gross. I tried to pull away, but I was trapped. He grabbed both my shoulders to keep me from falling out of my chair. His breath tickled my neck, making me squirm. Ah. Then I flinched as his teeth gently grazed my skin.
Peachy was right. He is a vampire.
Great cue sound. I'm not doing that.
So sweet.
So gross.
I know. That's what I was going for.
I just meant him in general, not what your delivery, but...
Look, I'm just doing what the characters
I know. His warm breath and wet teeth sent goosebumps prickling up my arms. I feel like it'd be weirder if his teeth weren't wet. That's
true.
The point.
Oh, sister. How sugary sweet you are. You're delectable. Peachy, are your teeth not wet right now? Yes, but I don't think I've ever seen that phrase before. You know what? Fair. I've never seen wet teeth as a phrase before.
I guess it makes sense. Normally implied.
Yeah, that's true.
The word "stop" caught in the back of my throat. Oh god. Gretel pulled his lips away from my neck, and I slowly looked up at him. His smile was incredibly seductive. No.
Your skin's flushed, and your eyes are shimmering.
My...
We're gonna find out that Reiki is the one that made the deal with the wizard this time.
This
is all your fault. Your sweet scent lured me in.
I got a different nose. I don't know. Gretel. My heart thumped in my chest as I exhaled. Victim blaming much? Yeah, very much.
Oh, he is. 100%. He is being full-on manipulative.
Mm-hmm. Then I shook the thoughts from my mind and squeezed my eyes shut.
I give up!
Gretel? Instantly, I snapped to my senses and my eyes flew open. Sure enough, my worst fears were confirmed. There stood Gretel, doubled over, laughing and clutching his sides. Were you just messing with me?
All the time! Oh, I absolutely was! I apologize.
Jokes have to be funny, you know, Gretel.
Yeah, that's true.
Current mood, kill me now. Me too.
No, kill him now.
Both.
Get the knife.
Is it fun humiliating me at every single opportunity?
Sure is.
He answered without batting a lash. Rage and humiliation.
Just a joke, bro.
I can't speak. Rage and humiliation welled in my chest until I was practically shaking. I was on the verge of hulking out and shredding those restraints.
Oh, and for the record, I was just reciting lines from that Bodical Ripper. Bodis Ripper?
Bodice.
What the heck is a bodice?
A bodice is a part of a dress. Like the torso support is the bodice.
Wait, he was reading her dress? What?
I think it's a book, like a type of book that's called a bodice ripper. I don't know.
Bodice Ripper. Okay. I'll look it up in a bit.
I'll look it up now.
I found in your room.
It's a type of romance novel.
Oh.
A sexually explicit romantic novel or movie with a historical setting.
Oh. The posters look nice. Anyway.
bodice ripper? For a moment, I stared at him slack-jawed, and then I realized what he meant. A certain steamy Harlequin novel.
Aww.
All at once, I exploded with a volcanic rage.
So he did go.
You read my book?
Indeed, I did. I found it by chance while looking for a dictionary. It's tucked behind the other books on the shelf. And you put a cover on it, too. That said dictionary.
Gah. Clearly, he could tell I'd been trying to hide it. But as I writhed in embarrassment, something occurred to me. So everything you said just now was from that book?
Technically, the book was just my inspiration. I put my own spin on it.
God, why didn't I realize sooner?
Figured maybe that was the kind of thing you were into. And sure enough, it was super effective. I mean, just think about it. Wouldn't it just be cringy if I actually meant all that stuff? You do all mean all that stuff. And that's the problem.
Is that what you think? I bought it for the cover art. I didn't know it had that kind of content.
But you kept it.
Hi, Spooky, don't worry about it. I don't know what I was implying he was thinking, but I jumped to my own defense nonetheless.
The cover? Oh, you mean that shaggy-haired prince or duke or butler or patissier or whatever hugging that airheaded princess chick? You claim you were tricked into buying it, yet you seem to have read it quite heavily. I found several pages dog-eared.
Reiki sounds, yeah. I screamed to drown out his voice.
Isn't that your type, sister? Because I thought for sure it was brother. The male lead is a snarky, contrarian asshole who imprisons the heroine. Why would anyone fall for a loser like that? Pot, meat kettle.
As much as I wanted to say, have you looked in the mirror lately? It would make it sound like I bought the book because the male lead resembled Gretel, and I didn't want to dig my grave any deeper.
True.
As I entered the shame, Gretel leaned in to whisper the final blow.
This completes your punishment.
For what? Existing? I'm sick of you. I'm never speaking to you again. Please mean it, Reikyu. Please mean it.
Please.
This is your punishment for toying with my pure, innocent heart. Maxed it out. I rose to my feet, dashed to the bed, and dove onto it. Then I buried my face into the sheet so I wouldn't have to look at him. After all, he just pointed out how red my face was and make fun of me some more.
Sister.
The mattress creaked as Gretel sat down onto it. Go away.
Please don't be mad at me, sister. I apologize for taking my jokes too far. Fuck off.
Too little too late for that one, buddy. Jesus Christ.
Look, there's a famous phrase. It's better, something about forgiveness. Or it's harder to... It's like it's better to ask for consent than forgiveness, but I was trying to figure out like how it would apply here. But like basically if you make a mistake and then you want to apologize after you made the mistake, you better have a good fucking apology.
Yeah, this ain't cutting it.
This ain't cutting it, bro.
He shook me gently by the shoulder. How about stop touching this, please? But I ignored him. It's too late for you to try to take the high road now, bucko. Then, my talented little adopted brother switched to a new, more annoying strategy. Oh god.
Sister. Sister. Big sister. Sis. Big sis. Sister dearest.
I kept ignoring him. After all, I wasn't that easily bought.
Elder sister, sissy, big sis, esteemed sister, honored sister. He just wants attention now.
Yeah.
Beloved sister, revered sister, sister god. Reikyu.
What do you want? I replied in a snippy tone to hide how delighted I was to hear him say my name. Why are you happy about that?
She's deprived of human contact.
True, we need the wizard back.
And interaction. We need to go talk to the wizard again. Strange. I thought you weren't going to speak to me anymore.
I turned away sharply.
Kick him while you're down, please. Come on. I'm just messing with you. Don't turn away.
What's the magic word?
Pineapple!
He hesitated for a moment, then.
Let me see that pretty face.
That is not a word.
That is a phrase.
Another cheesy line from the Harlequin novel.
Yep.
Good enough. No, it's not.
It's not. You asked for a word. He gave you a whole fucking phrase. It didn't contain the word that you wanted.
Yeah. I googled in spite of myself. Oh yeah, you're doing a lot of shit in spite of yourself, sweetie.
Mm-hmm.
When our eyes met, he smiled softly. Gross. But that smile was fleeting.
I've noticed.
Noticed what?
The demons! Oh, no matter what I say, no matter what I do, you'll simply never stop loving me, will you?
Is that the goal?
Oh. I was gonna say, is that still like he's pulling out the book shit?
Who knows?
Is this still a book shit? It's hard to tell. Are you a masochist? I mean, she is, but that's beside the point.
Can you read that word again one more time for me?
Masochist?
Okay.
What?
That's not how you read that.
Masochist. Oh.
Like, sometimes with you, I don't know if you're doing a bit or you just generally don't know. So
That's the best part of me. It's both.
Fair.
Like, sometimes I'll notice that I say it weird, and then I'll just roll it into a bit. Other times I'll just be completely clueless.
Yeah,
and then it becomes a bit.
Like, I've done that a couple of times with names in Steins Gate.
The best part is, tomorrow, I'll still pronounce it masochist. Well, sorry, masochist.
You sure?
Maybe.
One of them. Will be one of them tomorrow.
50-50.
Excuse me? Couldn't you have said, you're very patient or something instead? But before I could snap back at him, he placed a hand over my eyes. Ew.
Don't look at me like that, sister. Watch him say masochist.
Oh boy. Gretel.
Otherwise, I might just...
Explode.
Explode?
Implode.
Die from heart failure?
That would be nice. I mean... Girl and I were not blood related. We were free to date or even get married if we wanted. Ew. Emphasis on if we wanted. Yeah.
I mean... Oh, okay. So now we're getting the justification of, like, you know, why they could be dating and blah 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 blah, and they're gonna backpedal a shit ton on this.
Yeah.
I don't see a problem with it. Everyone else would probably look at you funny.
Yeah. Yeah. We're legally brother and sister after all. That morning, I was walking to college with Wolf, explaining the events of the night prior. He was my confidant, one of few trusted friends who knew all about the situation with me, Gretel, and Ryoshi. Hence, I often turned to him for advice and offered it up in return. As for Gretel, he left the house ahead of me today. Apparently he didn't want to risk crossing paths with Ryoshi. To be clear, I get where you're coming from. For siblings, we're abnormally close.
Although, it'd still be weird even if you were dating.
I frowned and tilted my head inquiringly. Wasn't hanging all over each other 24/7 the whole point of dating? No.
It's a good chunk of it, but no.
Like, it can be a perk, but it's not the point of dating.
The point of dating is that you actually care about another human being, and you like what they add to your life, and you add value to their life, and you just both agree, yeah, this is fine for both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but for the record, you're more than welcome to get all buddy-buddy with me. I wouldn't mind you handing off me for a heartbeat.
He spread his arms wide to offer me a hug. No thanks, but I appreciate the thought. God damn it.
You're not gonna hang off me like an orangutan?
I checked him off without missing a beat.
Man, I had no idea that the things between Ryoshi and Gretel were so awkward.
But Wolf didn't take offense. Instead, he returned to the topic at hand. Yeah, there's this palpable distance between them. It's hard to describe. Like they hold each other at arm's length.
More like they hold each other at gunpoint.
Yeah.
Not Wolf being all, where's my hug?
Yeah.
Where's my huggy? How long has it been like that?
Right from day one.
So 3 days ago? For reals?
He shook his head in disbelief.
The thing is, we don't know when Gretel was adopted.
Yeah.
So if they like grew up together, then it's kind of icky. But if it's just like, oh yeah, it was like this month, then it's like, man, that shit worked fast. Still gross either way, just slightly less gross with the second one, you know? Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm not reading the narrator.
I had to.
Oh, what was going on?
Letterbox needed help.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take like a break and I can go get my water bottle?
Oh, I already opened it, but if you want to go get your water bottle, be my guest.
Well, I'm like half the person in this conversation right now.
Yeah. I'll go get a beverage myself because I just finished my beverage.
Okay, then we'll just take a break. It's ad time anyway, so.
Yeah. That works for me.
Hello, Poppet. How's it going? Did everyone enjoy their ad break? Where the fuck is Kaguya? I've been practicing that shit. Oh, welcome back from ads, everybody. Are you excited for when we do Kaguya's route? I know you are, darling. Pop it.
Hi, Kaguya.
Oh, hey, Saku. Hi, Saku.
Hi.
I've been practicing the Kaguya voice.
I'm proud of you. Alright, he shook his head in disbelief.
But you guys were supposed to be family, right? So if you marry, that just makes you actual family, right?
Supposed to be, yeah. But Yoshi doesn't approve of how much I like Gretel. I would hope fucking not.
Reiki likes Gretel? Wow. Maybe he's just jealous if someone would steal his little sister away.
I sure hope not.
I don't think Huntsman is the siscon here.
No. He laughed and I laughed with him, but we were laughing for two very different reasons. I could read.
What? Oh, you can read?
A little, as a treat.
Oh, I can't.
As cute as that sounds, I don't think it's that.
I've just been faking it so much that people think I can actually read.
You're doing a great job of faking it, buddy. I think you might actually be able to read, though.
No, I definitely can't read.
Very lucky guesses, then.
Well, you know. Being a phoenix has its perks.
If Yoshi liked me that much, you'd think he'd spoil me rotten.
Well, even if he's not jealous, he's gotta be worried about you two living together unsupervised, right? I mean, you're his actual baby sister.
He's definitely concerned. We know that much.
Yeah, we know he's concerned. He's at the point where he's like, here's a gun.
Yeah.
Use it if you have to.
Yeah. His actual sister. Yes, Yoshi and I were real siblings, related by blood. I know we don't look alike. We get that a lot. Now I can see the resemblance.
Yeah, one's blonde, one has white hair. One's just platinum blonde, okay?
Gretel was the only member of my family who lacked those ties. He was a foreign presence.
Come to think of it, does Grumpy even know he was adopted? Oh, Gretel.
Nope.
Never mind, it's back to being creepy.
That is really fucked up.
What?
He's not supposed to, at least. As far as I know. He thinks we're his real family.
So Spooky, what you missed is that we found that we kind of knew before this point that Gretel and Reiki were not related by blood. But now we just learned the fact that Gretel should have thought that they were related by blood. So what he's doing is straight back in the creepy zone.
Yeah.
Even if he like found out, we don't know if he knows yet. He probably does know. Now that I think about it, that would explain a lot of his actions.
We'll find out, I guess.
I mean, I never stopped being creepy, but still, yeah. But it's like it was at least at a comfortable creepy level. Now it's back down. Now it's back up to uncomfortably creepy.
Hi, Tez. Thanks for your contribution.
Hi, Tez.
But sometimes I feel like maybe he's figured it out.
Huh? What? What's the story in there?
Thank you for your contribution as well, Spooky. He blinked at me in surprise.
22% of the way there. Let's go.
Yes, only 12 days left, though. Timmy, it seems like he knows the truth, but just pretends not to. He's always so distant with Hiroshi, and he never really talks about her parents. That said, Mom and Dad are really hands-off with us, but that's probably the root issue if you think about it. But also, it's possible some jerk went and told Gretel behind our backs. It's not exactly the world's best-kept secret, you know?
Yeah, I mean, even I know.
Exactly. I looked up at the sky and let out another heavy sigh. Honestly, I just tried to act more like a big sister. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think you're doing a terrible job, Irisu. He sees you as a lover.
But if I was doing better, we wouldn't be having this conversation, right?
Right! True!
Wolf's blunt honesty was one of many reasons why I trusted him as much as I did. Do you think Gretel's figured out how I feel?
Absolutely! Not sure, dude. He's a smart guy and all. But if he thinks you're brother and sister, he's not gonna suspect that you're in love with him.
And if he did put 2 and 2 together, he'd be creeped out.
I mean, most people would be.
Thanks, Wolf.
Thank you, Wolf.
Most people, yeah. But Gretel was not most people, that's not. So maybe there was a chance he would accept these secret feelings in my heart. Please stop break you.
So they're both problematic is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, great. If there's one thing I know, you can't put fucked up and fucked up together and expect it to work out.
Yep. But even then, it wouldn't work out. As happy as it would make me, it would only make him miserable. The alarms in my head are blaring, so true.
Yes. Yes, Peachy.
It would be all
Good.
too easy to explain to him that we're not related, but doing so would destroy him. Granted, this is just my personal hypothesis, but I think I'm the only one he actually sees as family.
More than family. Oh, really? Just you?
Yeah.
Puppy.
I'm the only one who lives at the house with him, and I do all the housework. Normally that's something a parent would do, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So functionally speaking, I'm both his older sister and his mom. Can you see where I'm going with this?
One second, I just noticed that mine aren't, but now that I'm checking them, they're puffing blue smoke. What?
I think the alarm's in his head, maybe? I don't know.
Yo, you should clean out the alarms in your head. They should not be making blue smoke. So you're basically the dictator of his life?
Yes, exactly. He feels pressure to obey my wishes.
Really? Because he sure doesn't act that way. The joke is that speakers produce blue smoke when they blow out. Really?
Interesting.
I did not know that.
He grinned at
Could
me
we
like the twerp he was.
Could we get him to, like, spit out red smoke or, like, yellow smoke, or is it specifically blue smoke?
I can't even argue with that. For a moment, I faltered, and then I quickly recovered. Basically, I'm his ideal older sister. Beautiful, kind, fit and sexy, perky, smart, handy in the kitchen.
Whoa! I don't know where you got your confidence, but I'm loving it!
I'm just repeating what Gretel said, that's all. Last night, Gretel told me he bases all his standards on me, and I don't think that's healthy. No.
It's not.
No.
No, Wolf. I know you're a good boy, and I know you're just being confused because the story wants you to be confused, but no. Anyway. Why not? Isn't that exactly what you want? Aren't you in love with him?
Hey, Wizard, can you come back and fix this fucked up story? Thanks, bye.
Yeah, Wizard, what the fuck?
I nodded without hesitation. Yeah, my love for him is romantic. Ew.
How would you know?
I could never say this to his face, but somehow I could say it to a third party just fine. But our love can never be. It better not be.
Oh no, shocker. Well, I guess we can leave the story here.
Remember how we agreed I'm the dictator of his life? From Gretel's perspective, whatever I say goes. And if this power structure exists both inside and outside our home, then I'm essentially his whole world. Or, to put it more simply, his dude depended on me. He's like
True.
15 in the original Japanese, so like, you know.
Yeah, it makes sense, but like, at least she's like acknowledging that it is problematic.
Yeah.
I don't think she's gonna do anything to fix it.
Yeah. He sees me as someone who will always be there to protect him.
Oh yeah, Spooky, you see it too? Yeah, I was like thinking like the whole cabin situation is like a role reversal.
Yeah. Unless I'm gonna try to tell him that I love him in a romantic way, he'll lose the only family he has. His guiding principles, his support network, gone, will ruin his life.
You sure he's that fragile? Yes.
In my opinion, yeah. That said, we're the ones who made him that way. Mostly me for coddling him. Ultimately, this was the result of placing him into an environment where only one person was overprotective and everyone else was neglectful.
So how do we fix it? Start neglecting.
I just hope it doesn't come back to bite us one day.
For future tense and purposes, that was a joke. Dude, why not just ease up on the overprotective thing?
Because that's the reasonable person thing to do, Wolf.
Yeah, that would be the reasonable thing. That would be like, oh, instead of me bringing you dinner, you get your own dinner. You start being productive. We're going to walk to school separately. When we eat dinner, we'll tell each other about our days, and then we'll go our separate ways. That type of thing.
Dude, it's not that simple. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
The dude disease is spreading.
Dude. Dude.
Anyway, sorry for ranting.
Nah, man, it's no problem. We're friends for, you know? Like my grandma always says, a friend in need is a friend indeed, dude.
You're the best, Wolf. We exchanged a high five.
Grandma's alive in this timeline, let's go! Pretty dreamy, aren't I?
Not really. Wow.
Well, that's a shame. I guess you'll have to wait till the 4th game to date me then. Aw, man!
I shook my head, and he slumped his shoulders in defeat. Don't worry, I'll be there for you whenever you need me to.
Oh, for reals? In that case, can I get your help with something?
Sure, what's up? I responded without missing a beat.
How do I get a girl?
Then he turned to me and said, with a perfectly straight face,
Your brother has tarnished my honor, and I humbly ask you to restore it.
Oh boy. Oh, right, that.
I forgot about the fucking note on the back of this.
I glanced around and noticed a few students, probably the same ones from yesterday, pointing at Wolf and snickering.
Kiss him on the cheek.
All thanks to that slanderous message Gretel had taped to his back. I fell to my knees, a hand clasped over my chest. I have failed you, my lord.
What? You didn't even try!
Alright. Once we arrived at college, I followed my usual routine. Go to class, eat lunch, and leave as soon as my last lecture was over. Then I went to Gretel's community college and waited outside the front gates for him. But that day...
Awoo!
Do you want to be the NPCs?
Sure. Boy, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime it's a youth, it's usually a boy. Hey, lady!
A group of male students approached me. How can I help you? I greeted them with a smile, but internally I was on guard. Why, you ask? Because everything about their appearances screamed delinquent, from their messy uniforms to their brightly dyed hair.
Aren't you blonde? Say! Are you Ranky Arisu?
They sneered at me as they looked me up and down. Yep, that's me. I had a feeling I knew what was coming.
Is it true that you and Gretel are actually related? Dude, stop!
But I could hear the laughter in their voices. Did you ask him that too?
Huh?
You heard me. Answer the question. I continued to smile brightly, but my tone was firm, letting them know I meant business. Evidently, they expected me to get more flustered than this, because they seemed to panic.
Fucking little kids, man. Maybe we did. So what?
A third boy joined the conversation. I'll punch you in the face, that's what.
Not the face!
I swung a punch into empty air as a warning. Younger than me or not, I was going to offer them a shred of mercy. Not that violence was the answer, but surely I could get away with an empty threat. At this, the boys burst out laughing.
She's so getting jumped. Yep.
For a moment, I considered actually punching them, but I held myself back. It didn't matter if they wanted to laugh and poke fun at me. At this rate, Gretel would be impacted too. Hey, you.
Huh?
What?
I'm gonna nap your face.
No, not napping my face! Gets blasted by God rays.
I addressed the boy who originally called out to me. I figured he was probably the leader of the group. Come here a sec. I donned a smile and beckoned to him. He looked at me cautiously, so I grabbed him by the hand and pulled him close.
Down at back alley.
Look deep into my eyes. As he squinted at me dubiously, I cupped his face in both hands, holding his head firmly in place.
What?
He struggled to pull himself away, but I stomped down on his foot to calm him down.
Ow! What the hell was that for?
Oh, sorry. Violence really wasn't the answer, but there were times when it was necessary, and now was one of those times.
At least she wasn't in heels.
I leaned in close. His eyes widened until I could see my reflection in them. There we go. Now look closely, and don't avert your eyes. He could probably feel my breath against his face with every word I spoke. Then I saw him start to blush, and I gloated internally. No matter how tough and cool he thought he was still just a naive little boy on the inside. Now, picture Gretel's face.
Huh?
Okay.
Don't you think we look alike? His hair, for example. He's got the same thick, wavy hair as me. See this? This is our natural hair. Wakarimashita ka? He furrowed his brow, almost like he didn't understand Japanese or something.
So far, the only person that has spoken and seemed to understand Japanese is Reikyu herself.
Yeah, no one else has really been throwing in random English. I think Cinderella did at a point toward the end.
Toward the end, but it was like maybe a response to something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember. Anyways. Do you see what I'm getting at? So I repeated myself in English. I'm gonna need an answer out of you, or you're not going anywhere. That's not what you said. Yeah. Do you see what I'm getting at? Is the English? Okay. Anyways.
Yeah.
My brain's struggling.
That's not what you said.
He smacked my hands away. Good. Glad we have an understanding. I grinned. Behind him, one of his friends shouted us to get a room, and he rolled around to yell at them. I felt bad for humiliating him, but at least now they would hopefully leave Gretel the hell alone. Just then.
Sister, what are you doing?
No, you know, making youths regret living.
Exactly.
As one does.
Tuesday.
Yep, typical Tuesday. A bone-chilling, icy voice called out from behind me. Oh, hi Gretel. I turned to find him standing there, smiling brightly. Then, his gaze drifted from me to the group of guys.
And what are you people doing, hassling my sister?
His tone was carefully restrained, yet the other lack of intonation only made him sound more unhinged.
Nothing.
なんもねえよ。
We didn't do nothing,
なあ
right?
うん
Right.
With that, the delinquents backed away from me and hurried off. Something about their sudden departure felt strange. I snuck a glance at Gretel beside me. His sigh made me flinch. Are you mad?
ええ。そりゃあ
Why, yes. I suppose I am.
Uh-oh. I could hear it in his voice. And yet, at the same time, I was just glad to hear him expressing his emotions at all.
まったく。ああいう
Good
輩とは
grief.
いち
You
い
ought to
ち
just
付き合
ignore
わず
those
無視
creeps.
してくださ
Don't
い。
egg them on.
Ignoring them won't work, Gretel. They're your classmates, right? Or are they friends of yours?
まさか。ちょっと生きがった
Friends?
田舎の
As
不良ど
if.
もです。
They're just big fish in a
あんなの
small
わざわざ
pond.
相手に
I
し
don't
ま
pay
せん
them
よ。
any mind.
Well, alright then.
で、あいつらに
So,
何か嫌な
were
こと
they
言われました
harassing
か
you?
Not really. I think maybe they were trying to hit on me. This was obviously a lie, tossed out on the spur of the moment.
へえ。
Oh, yeah?
His response was so flat, I got the feeling he'd seen right through it. Should I stop waiting for you out here? My heart ached as I thought back to what Wolf had said. Helicopter bomb. He was completely right, of course.
Well, he didn't use that wording, but
He did.
he was
The
right.
first part.
Oh, right, when they were walking to school the first time. That's right.
And if I kept up my helicoptering, Gretel might start to think I didn't trust him.
今さら気にしたところで遅いですよ。
I've been dealing with these creeps for a
別に僕
long
も気に
time
しな
now,
いし。
sister.
姉
Doesn't
さん
get
の
to
好き
me.
にしたらいいん
Don't
じ
worry
ゃない
about
です
it.
か。
They keep saying some weird nonsense like we're not blood related.
Okay.
ほら、行きましょう。
Now let's go home.
僕たちの家
Where
に
we
帰りますよ。
He took my hand and started walking. As I gazed at him, I contemplated my next move.
僕はあなたを。
I'm going to.
He pushed me down on the bed and grabbed my ankle. Why?
Not the ankle.
What's going on? How many times are you gonna climb on top of me?
50 more. He's got a quota.
Thanks, sir. I'm not enjoying this. No, really. I struggled to escape, but he had a firm grip on my leg. Yes, but I will save just in case.
Absolutely. Fight back. Kick him in the nods.
Yep.
Let's go. Everybody knows.
あんまり
Kick him in
暴
the
れないで
nuts.
ください。パンツ見えてますよ。
Settle down, please. I can see your panties.
At least show the
Well, that's your
concerns right
fault for
now.
picking such a small skirt.
Yeah. You monster.
ええ、そうです。どうせ
Yes,
僕は
yes. Whatever you
大
say.
バカ者で
I'm
す
a
よ。
monster. I know. Well, good.
安心してください。
Now we can work on
別
the
に
next
あなたを
step.
傷物にする気はありませんから。
Relax. I'm not gonna have my way with you.
Nexted it out. Stupid jerk. I hate you. He lifted my leg into the air, took out a green ribbon, and tied it around my ankle. Okay.
Kick him.
What's that?
見てわかりませんか？
Can't you
ただ
tell?
のリボンで
It's
す。
a ribbon.
かわいいでしょ？
Cute, isn't it?
Okay, but why the
Oh,
ankle?
it's green. Like
It's...
his collar.
Yeah. It's not cute. It's demonic. Granted, appearance-wise, it looks like any ordinary ribbon, and in that sense, it was very pretty indeed. But he was also using it for some less than pretty purposes. True. He held the ends of the ribbon in his hands, almost like a bridge between himself and me. Based on the number of times he was wrapping it around my leg, however, this was one really long ribbon.
姉さんのために買ってきたんです。
I bought it just for
姉
you,
さんに似合う
sister.
色は何だ
Give it a
ろう
lot
って
of
思いなが
thought
ら
too.
慎
Why
重
did
に
you
選
choose
び
a
まし
color
た。
that would suit you? So I picked my
姉
color.
さんはやっぱり白かなって思ったんですけど。
At first I was leaning
僕
white, Honestly, can't stand the color white. You know? So in the end, I chose a color I liked.
Looks at the room they're in. Okay.
たまにはいいでしょ僕
You don't mind, do you? I really love green.
美しい
It's a very soothing color.
He spoke so quickly, I couldn't get a single word in edgewise.
それに材質もこだわったんですよ
I was very particular about the materials as
実は
well.
シルクなんで
This
す
is silk, you know.
手触りいい
Doesn't
で
it
しょ
feel nice?
結構
It was
高かった
quite
です
expensive.
Great, we can feed it to the moths.
ちなみに姉さんの手を縛っているものとお揃いなんですよ
As you can see, it matches the ones on your wrist.
でああ見えないか
Oh, right.
残
You
念
can't see that. What a shame.
What are you gonna do with the other half?
Tied around
ど
your
う
other
すると思いま
foot.
す
What do you think?
Truth be told, I knew the answer. I just really wanted to be wrong.
あとはこれをこ
All
の
I need
鳥
to
かごに
do
結び
is
つ
tie
け
to
れば
this
完
bird
成です
cage, and we'll be set.
Why not just put her in the bird cage? Why are you tying her to the bird cage first?
I don't know. But at the same time, like, her being in the bird cage or tied to the bird cage won't stop the wizard from being the wizard, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So are you using it as a shackle?
ピンポーン
A very expensive
大正解です
shackle. Ding, ding, ding. Correct.
His sunny smile was really starting to piss me off.
ど
Punch
う
him.
せここからすぐに出られると思ったんでしょ
I bet you're thinking you'll be able to escape,
そうは
aren't
問
you?
屋が下ろしませ
I'll
ん
think again.
これでそう簡単には
Because
逃げ
it
られま
won't
せん
be
よ
easy. Let me assure you.
I don't think you can win against the wizard, Gretel. He smirked sadistically at me. In response, I hit him with my best comeback. Funny, I don't remember any BDSM in that Harlequin novel.
似たようなもんですよ本
This
番があ
is
る
a
かないかの
faithful
違いっ
adaptation
て
if
だ
you
け
ask
で
me. The only difference is we won't be having sex.
I'm glad you at least draw the line there.
Yeah, playful teasing, but still not great.
That's a huge difference.
Yeah, half that book was.
Stop this. I mean it. My tone grew uncharacteristically sharp.
大丈夫です
Relax.
ほどけや
I'll
すいよ
make
う
it a
にリボン
shoelace
結び
knot,
にし
so
ま
it'll
す
be
から
easy to untie later.
That's not what I'm worried about. And I was shouting. The smile vanished from his face.
姉さんは
Then
何
what
が不満なんです
exactly
か
is the issue?
僕
Do you
と
have
こ
a
こで暮
problem
ら
with
す
the
こと
two of
が
us living here?
嫌ですか
Yes, actually.
Yes. Yes. I think we go with yes here.
Yeah.
Honest.
I'll be honest, I'll be pissed off if we actually, like, clear this without any issue, unlike the other two routes.
I'll be happy because that means we won't have to see any. We won't have to go through any more of this dialogue.
There is that, but, like, at the same time, like, the first route that we clear without issue being this would piss
Being
me
the
off.
problematic one, that'd be hilarious.
It would be
What are you
hilarious.
talking about?
Still would be annoying. My rage started to boil over. Evidently, his ongoing mistreatment of me had caused some resentment to build up. Yes, I do. I can't live with someone who'd do this to me. Gretel's expression was unreadable. It wasn't clear to me how my statement made him feel. He averted his gaze for a moment, then muttered to himself.
そうですか
I see.
He rose to his feet. Gretel?
Don't worry. I'm just gonna go get some milk.
Then he dropped the other end of the ribbon. Gretel, thank you. I was so relieved to see it.
なら僕が
In
出
that
て行きます
case, I'm leaving.
さようなら
Farewell, sister.
Okay, bye, bitch.
Yeah, bye, bitch. See
What?
you.
A split second later, he turned on his heel and walked straight out of the cabin. Gretel! I leapt up from the bed, but it was too late. Gretel! Gretel! At least untie me first. Jesus. I shouted through the door after him, but the only response was the click of the lock sliding into place. Oh, okay. Gretel! Hastily, I ran to the window, only to catch sight of Gretel disappearing into the forest. My mind started to whir. Did he really just leave? Or is he messing with me again?
No, he left.
Yeah, he left for real, for real.
He left for real, for real.
Either way, I can't just sit here. If I'm going after him, then I need to get out of these constraints. I wiggled around until my fingers managed to grab hold of one end of the ribbon. Then I pressed it against the wall, using the surface as friction to pull it loose. Smart. Sure enough, the shoelace knot swiftly came undone, but my hands were still tied. The knot at the center hadn't budged. Oh. Another knot. I knew it. I had paid careful attention to Gretel's hand movements when he tied it, so I had seen this coming. Next, I walked to the wood-burning stove and twisted my body until I opened the glass window. Gazing at the scarlet flames, I turned around. Then I twisted my body once more, bringing my wrist close to the flame. You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, told you.
Just then.
She just needed for it to be on fire, because I'm pretty sure Gretel turned it off before he left for school.
Maybe.
Click!
Click. I heard the sound of something unlocking and fell still. Gretel?
What are you doing?
You said you were leaving.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the fuck?
Gretel stormed over to me and yanked me away from the fire.
I knew my intuition was warning me for a reason.
You left like as if you were never coming back, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, come on, man.
Seizing
You just expected her to starve in here? No.
I mean... Seizing both my shoulders, he turned me to face him. That hurts.
Now you're worried about pain? You nearly burned yourself.
You left me tied up.
You left her here to die, motherfucker.
As he shouted, he ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Furrowing his brow, he glared at me.
I never wanted to punch something more than I do right now.
Punch yourself in the face.
Yes, punch yourself in the face.
Because of me?
No, because I was an idiot and left you here alone.
Not that I wanted him to punch anything, but I was relieved to know that he didn't blame me for this. It felt like proof that he genuinely had my best interests at heart. Then he pulled some stored candies out of his pocket and popped them into his mouth.
Oh yes, take your medication.
Are you hurt?
He seemed calmer now. I could no longer sense anger in his voice.
His mood is powered by sweets.
Drugs.
When he has low sugar, he gets angry.
I don't know, I felt like he popped some pills, I'll be honest.
I mean, I don't know any pills that are star-shaped though. But, could be special medication.
You can add drugs to anything, I will throw that out there.
True.
Why am I dropping so many frames right now? Hello?
Because Twitch heard that we were talking about drugs.
Maybe.
And they're like, kill the stream.
Okay, seems like it's done for now.
Yay.
No, I'm okay.
Show me.
No. Okay. I turned around so he could see.
You do appear to be unarmed. Sorry, unharmed.
He touched my wrists. Like I said, I wouldn't lie to you. I smirked at him.
And we have it.
You lie to me all the time.
No, is it that obvious?
Extremely.
So you already know that you're adopted.
Truth be told, I know you could probably escape if you really wanted to. You're crafty like that. You do whatever it takes to achieve your goals, even if it means you get hurt. But normal people wouldn't think to burn off their restraints with fire. I did.
Yeah.
Are you saying I'm not normal, Gretel?
Yes.
That was literally my first thought. Like, if the fire's going, burn your restraints off.
Well, I was in a hurry. I wanted to go after you.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps I was just messing with you?
I couldn't take that risk.
Without me, there'd be no one around to take care of you, I suppose.
Pretty much.
I would have broke a window and tried to cut the rope, to be honest. The thing is, you would have to get like the right glass shard still in the window pane.
Yeah.
And it had to be like the right angle, and it had to be like the right thickness of glass, and it had to break in just a certain way to get you to be able to slice it.
It'd be also hard
burning,
to break a window in the first place.
Fire
spreads behind your back.
Yeah, and also your arms are behind your back too. So like, but like fire spreads, and it would weaken the material to the point where you could just eventually just rip them apart.
Yeah. I left.
Sure, you might have like a first or second degree burn, but your hand is usable.
Yeah. Not that the situation was really that funny. More of a dry, sarcastic laugh, if you catch my drift. Gretel fell silent. He stared at the floor for a while before speaking again.
Given how clever you are, I imagine you already started to piece together exactly where we are.
The forest?
The forest.
His voice is quiet. A summer home somewhere? He didn't answer, so I kept talking. We can't keep doing this forever, Gretel. You know that, right? How the rest of the family finds out we ran away from home and you stopped going to school. They're going to come looking for us.
Correction. You stopped going to school. No, they won't.
He shot back coldly.
Those people have abandoned us.
No, she hasn't.
Not her. You, maybe.
Abandoned us?
Yeah, I said it.
He paused to think. Was it possible? Could they have actually abandoned us? Do you believe Gretel? No.
No. You at least have Ryoji. Or Ryoshi.
Yeah, the huntsman.
Yeah, say no.
Yes.
No.
There's no way it could be true. Not that my family would never abandon us, but rather, I got the sense that Gretel was keeping me in the dark about a lot of things.
I don't really care if you believe me or not. I'm not taking orders from anyone. I'm gonna do exactly what I want.
Oh? Wait, I just thought of something. Definitely leans towards crack theory, though. Hit us, Spooky. I want your finest supply of crack theories.
Oh dear. He was now alone in the main room. After that argument, Gretel claimed that he was tired and locked himself up in the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed through the silent cabin. So much for that, I guess. What if
Reikyu is also adopted and was never informed of that fact? Still creepy.
Yeah, I don't think that changes anything, even if
Doesn't
Reikyu
change
is
much.
also adopted.
It's a cool theory, though. But, like...
It doesn't add anything.
Yeah, and more probably it's like, why would they be like, well, the first one turned out fine, let's abandon the fuck out of them.
So much for that, I guess. And let out a sigh. Gretel had extinguished the fire himself. For the time being, there was still enough residual heat to keep me warm, but eventually it would fade. As I approached the stove, I could smell the burnt ash. I crawled into bed and curled up into a ball under the blankets.
Gotta conserve that body heat, baby.
I didn't feel like doing anything anymore. Perhaps I was more exhausted than I realized. As the seconds ticked by, my eyelids grew heavier and heavier.
I was gonna say, this girl's at least spitting facts. Like, they can't do this forever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a week tops.
Unable to resist, my mind slowly drifted into the darkness.
The darkness.
The void. When I arrived home, I caught a whiff of something unpleasant. It reeks of cigarette smoke.
I know who that is.
I glanced over to find Gretel with a visible grimace on his face.
I'll be going to my room now, sister.
Okay, bye. Oh, okay. I watched him go, then turned and headed for the kitchen. Ryoshi! I flung open the door, and sure enough, there sat my older brother, Ryoshi, smoking a cigarette.
Bitch, don't smoke inside.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What do you want? We're home. Welcome back. He shifted his disinterested gaze away from me and exhaled a cloud of smoke. No smoking in the house. I'm confiscating that. I snatched the cigarette away and put it out in the sink. Just have candy or something instead. You mean this candy?
Peachy. Oh my god, I forgot about Ryoshi for a second. I was like, did Gretel pick up smoking?
No, it's just this sexy guy.
Yeah.
With his chin resting on his hand, he grabbed a nearby jar of stored candies and held it out to me. Aren't those Gretel's? They are indeed. Pink, green, a rainbow of colors sparkled up at me through the glass. I'm putting you in charge of these. Otherwise, you'll eat too many while your back's turned. But before I could accept,
You don't need to manage me.
Gretel walked in, as if on cue. Speak of the devil.
I was wondering where they went. Did you go into my room, Mr. Hunter?
I did.
That's an invasion of my privacy. You don't even feel bad about it, do you?
This is an intervention, Gretel.
As far as well, now it's a double intervention. Gretel for his sugar addiction and Huntsman for his smoking addiction.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, you don't get any privacy from me.
That attitude you have, that's the reason why I hate your guts.
Okay, have fun. Gretel snatched the jar away and bolted from the room. Wait, Gretel.
He's acting like an immature kid, which he is.
Yep. Ryoshi. I snapped at him. I don't know what you expect from me. The kid needs to be supervised.
Huntsman spitting facts.
Supervised? The word felt a little too harsh to use against a family member. I don't know, children need to be supervised.
Yeah, I was gonna say, otherwise they do dumb shit like hide a jar of candy up in their room and just eat all of it.
You know, parental supervision, that thing.
And the sugar makes him crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
They put me in a cafe with a bunch of sweets, and sweets make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
You could stand to treat him with a little more kindness. He doesn't deserve it. What he needs is tough love. But we're family. I'm not his family. Neither are you.
Oh.
I know damn well you don't see him like a brother. Ryoshi had seen through my act a long, long time ago. Because he's smart and 29 years old. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's also sharp.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that, obviously. There is. But feel however you want to feel. But know this, Reikyu. He's not the precious angel you, Mom, and Dad will think he is.
We're gonna find out that like Gretel killed Huntsman's like pet hamster a long ass time ago. Why is everyone so chill about incest?
Maybe because it's not blood related and they're getting
it's
a pass
not
for that and
blood
that
related.
only.
It's still weird for us.
Yeah.
Because we're American, for the most part.
I feel like Wolf and Huntsman have just kind of given up. It's like, yeah, okay, this is how you feel, whatever.
Yeah, well, at least Huntsman has given up. It's just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
you
he's
feel
definitely
whatever you
given
feel.
up.
He's just like, look, I'm just trying to tell you that kid's dangerous.
Yeah. Granted, I do feel sorry for him and everything he's been through. I can understand why you'd want to coddle him. But your love for him is unhealthy. Yeah.
Yes.
And if you raise him in an unhealthy environment, he'll turn out unhealthy too. He's already showing signs of it. You can't get too close to him. He'll just pull you down with him, and you'll regret it. This is a warning. You understand me? Don't enable his dependency.
And then what do we do? Enable his dependency. Let's fucking go, people.
Otherwise, sooner or later, the next target of his aggression will be you.
Me?
I had a feeling you'd be here. I found Gretel sitting on a bench by the lake shore.
Sister?
Can I sit with you?
Sure.
He moved the jar of candy beside him to make room for me to sit. Damn, he loves that candy so much. Thanks. I plopped down next to him and turned in his direction. You ate all that? I pointed at the jar in his hands.
Eating them helps calm me down. That's why. Whenever I'm scared or frustrated, I can just stop caring instead.
I'm not sure this is normal candy.
Super unhealthy.
His voice was tragic. This
They
definitely
put
not normal
drugs
candy.
in the candy. Let's go.
You heard Ryoshi, didn't you? It's not healthy to eat too many, especially if they're drugged.
Right.
Plus, if you fill up on sweets, you won't want to eat dinner.
I have a separate stomach for dessert.
Right. But before I could continue, Gretel cut in.
Enough about that. How did you know I was here?
We've known each other for a while, you dumbass.
Headcanon, it's weed candy.
I know everything about you, Gretel.
This is an invasion of my privacy.
But we're family.
That changes nothing.
I fell silent. Gretel let out a long sigh and shook his head.
Ha! On second thought, I suppose you're a special exception.
I'm special? Yay. Thank you, oh great and merciful Gretel. I pressed my hands together in reverence.
You're always so...
Gretel let out another exasperated sigh. So what? I waited for him to continue. He looked at me for a moment, and then... Gah! He pinched my nose.
That nose.
So very annoying.
Wow. What did I do wrong? With my nose...
You want a list?
With my nose pinched between his fingers, my voice came out all nasally. Just then, Gretel raised his eyebrows and smiled.
I got an idea. How about you lie down?
No. Here, on the bench?
Beach?
You can use my lap as a pillow.
What? You have a jar there, though. I wasn't expecting this proposal, and I froze. Then, after a long silence... What's got it into you, dude? For some reason, I tacked on dude like I was wolf.
別にどうしたもこうしたもないっす
Nothing's
よ。
gotten into me,
なんとな
dude.
くしてほし
It
そう
just
な
seems
感
like
じがし
something
た
you
ので
like,
言
so
って
I'd
みたまで
offer.
っす。
Dude. Dude.
Oh, dude. I felt like such an idiot. I should have made some kind of joke about both of us sounding like wolf, but it didn't even occur to me.
不満ですか
Dude.
ああ。
Are you
特に
opposed
必
to the
要は
idea?
ないと。
If it doesn't interest you, then don't worry about it.
No, I'm definitely interested even though I totally shouldn't. Please. I begged him desperately.
そうですか。
Alright
な
then,
ら、
go for it.
Gross.
Blech.
Gretel handed me his jar, then indicated his lap bit in a how about it gesture. I stared down at his thighs. Why are you
Thighs.
staring?
ほら、早く。
Oh,
Hurry up already.
Okay. Hesitantly, I let him guide my head down onto his lap.
どうですか
How
僕
is
の
it?
膝心地は
Comfortable?
Well, it's not very soft.
そりゃプニプニしてたら嫌ですよ。
Good. I don't want
僕は
flabby
ぽっちゃりでも
thighs.
女
Maybe
の
if
子
I was a
でもないん
girl,
ですから。
but I'm not.
you say that now, but go put on the dress.
Right. Honestly, this is my first time putting my head in anyone's lap, so I wasn't sure how I was supposed to feel. Plus, I couldn't really relax with him staring down at me like that. To be honest.
You ever play Majora's Mask?
He just like starts leaning down further.
Oh dear. To be honest, I don't know if this is comfortable or not. I can't really, focus. My heart was thumping uncontrollably in my chest.
ふん
Interesting.
男にこんな
Is
こと
this
さ
your
れた
first
のは
time?
Maybe. I answered evasively.
へ
I see.
My voice's tone so flat. Do you need to tune your voice? I didn't know.
La la la.
え。もうちょっとリラックスしたらどうですか頭浮かせてから
You can relax a little more than that, you know. The whole point is to rest your full weight on me. You know, the fact that a human head weighs about as much as a bowling ball.
He pressed my head firmly against his thigh. Bruh. Ow!
She just said you had bony thighs, my dude.
I think my neck just cracked.
ああ、すみません。
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I think head's also very in weight spooky, so it's not
Yeah.
inaccurate.
Like, there are people with thicker skulls out there, and that makes their head weigh more. Because bone is very dense.
Truth be told, it kind of hurt, but not that badly. Am I heavy?
重く
Yes.
ないですよ。
Oh, not at all.
What if your leg starts to go numb?
そ
Then
の
I'll
時は
crawl
命じゃなく
back.
振り落としますから。
If it does, I'll just shove you onto the ground.
Well, at least that's very sibling-like, so that's fine.
Yeah.
He smirked at me. I buried my face in my hands and pretended to sob. You monster.
そうですよ。
I'm just messing with you.
That doesn't excuse your behavior, fucker.
Nope. Laughing, he grabbed my hand.
手が冷たい。
Your hand's
僕
cold.
が温めてあ
I'll
げ
warm
ま
it
す
up for you.
If you're cold, they're cold, put them in your mouth.
Wait, did we have the same thought there?
Yeah, it was very similar.
Because I was definitely doing the
Yep.
like you're gonna put it in your mouth.
We're sharing the brain cell. Without hesitation, he entwined his fingers with mine. This was no ordinary platonic hand-holding. It was familial, not
Oh no, hand holding.
so lewd, the lewdest act of them all.
Did we mark the stream as lewd?
Uh,
No! Oh no, Twitch is gonna come after us, Akio.
oh dear. A doofy smile spread on my face. I caught myself a moment later, of course, but by then Gretel was already snickering at me.
旗から見たら、
If someone
僕たち
saw
が
us
兄弟
right
だ
now,
って。
I bet they wouldn't guess we were
Why?
brother and sister.
Oh, buddy, don't I have a funny story for you?
Yeah, don't I have a funny story for you? You're gonna laugh.
Yeah, I guess siblings don't really do this stuff, huh?
Not normally. No.
Yeah, not normally. Both of us were fixated on the concept of normal. Probably because we knew full well we were anything but.
It would appear night has fallen.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the days are short in the winter time.
What is winter?
I'd almost forgotten what season it was. The winters were always harsh here. Thankfully, it was still early into the season, but it already felt fairly nippy outside, and I scarcely felt it. Was it the warmth from Gretel's hand?
What if we didn't go back?
How about we go back? Go back where? Home?
Yeah.
You don't want to?
Just answer the question.
Oh, right. I guess it depends on you.
Huh?
If you wanted to go home, then I'd go with you. And if not, then I wouldn't.
Ride or die. Is that it?
Till death do us part.
Ooh.
Break you.
Break you.
Want to just run away from home together?
Ooh, tempting. But I know it's a bad idea. Where am I else am I gonna get all the sugar from my sugar addiction? What the fuck happened to me? Sakyu?
Hi?
Did it fix itself?
Nothing happened as far as I'm aware.
I saw it on stream. I saw my Fugi just go to like browser source stock image.
Huh.
Oh, it fixed itself. Cool.
This is a trap, isn't it? Where are you hoping to get out of it?
Who knows? Maybe I'll lure you in and gobble you up.
What a wicked little witch.
Yeah, I know. I giggled.
Silence.
After a while, I noticed Gretel blinking his eyes sleepily. Are you tired, Gretel?
Yeah. Perhaps a bit.
Want to trade off?
No, I'm fine right here.
He squeezed my hand and closed his eyes. You can take a little nap if you want, as a treat. I'll wake you up in a bit.
Or just leave him in the cold.
You won't leave me here asleep, will you?
Depends on how funny it is.
I mean,
Don't worry.
that's the sibling answer.
Yeah. No matter what happens, I won't let go. Reassuringly, I squeezed his hand back.
No matter what? You promise?
Yeah,
No matter what I do.
I'm not sure about that one. No matter what.
Reikyu, don't. You do not want to be responsible for the sins of this man.
Even if it cost you your life.
Sure, I'll die for you.
Good! I just brought this ritual dagger. I wasn't sure.
I nodded without missing a beat. Gretel stared at me, eyes wide. Then he furrowed his brow. What?
That's extremely creepy, actually. You frightened me.
Wow. Rude. The rejection stung.
Keep your melodramatic comments to yourself next time.
Wow. You're the one who asked. I pouted and Gretel averted his gaze.
Why are you willing to go that far for me?
Because we're siblings.
Because we're family.
Because I love you. I'd do anything for someone I love.
Did you say the same thing to anyone else in the family?
Probably not. Just you, Gretel.
Would you love me if I was a worm?
You'd definitely be more preferable as a worm, Gretel.
Yeah, we could use him as fish bait.
So I'm special. Is that it?
No, you're adopted. Yep, you're the special exception.
You're not special. You're adopted.
I'm adopted? I see. I'm adopted.
He closed his eyes.
Mr. Hunter still doesn't trust me.
Have you given him reason to?
Exactly. Have you given him reason to?
Let me guess. He thinks I'm gonna hurt someone. Someone particularly close to me. At this current moment.
My heart skipped a beat. And not in a fun, romantic way. Instead, what I felt was...
fear.
Are you afraid of me, sister? Do you not trust me? Without you spend every single day with me? Are you supervising me on his orders?
No, I'm not. I'm just worried about you, Gretel.
Same difference. If you actually trusted me, then you wouldn't worry.
My chest ached.
You claim that I'm special to you, but I have to wonder what kind of special you mean.
Gretel, hi. With his eyes closed and his voice perfectly level, I couldn't read his emotions whatsoever. What honeyed words could I whisper to sate him? I fell into thought.
You're adopted.
I love you. You're special to me. In the end, I settled on words of affirmation.
Truth be told, I think I enjoy your special treatment, sister.
He bent down and planted a kiss on my forehead.
No CG.
Yeah. I don't think we've gotten a single new CG in this stream
Ooh,
yet.
okay, we're going back to 6 months ago now.
Oh, whoa. Time travel. Real quick, let's back up to about 6 months ago. At that time, Gretel was still a goody-goody honor student. He got near-perfect marks on all his tests, and he excelled at everything he tried. He was always calm, composed, and confident. According to his teachers, he had an affable personality and knew how to win points with people. For better or for worse, his charm was magnetic. Mom, Dad, and I all cared about him very, very much. Gretel, Dad's on the phone. He's asking for you.
Tell him I'm busy.
Here.
Thank you.
もしもし、グレーテル
Hello
です。
there. Gretel speaking.
はい。
Yes?
はい。
Yes. I'm doing well,
僕は
thank you.
元気ですよ。
Sister and I are making
今、
dinner
姉
at
さ
the
んと一緒
moment.
に夕飯を作ってい
Yes,
ま
I'm
した。
fine. Sister's here to look out for me.
僕は大丈夫ですよ。父さんこそ仕事が忙しいんでしょ。僕は大丈夫
You
です。
must be busy with work,
何も問
right,
題はあり
father?
ません。
Don't worry about me. Everything's
Hi.
going smoothly. Right.
はい。
Okay. Talk to you again.
それじゃあ。
It's for you.
What did he say?
特に何か
Not
不自由は
much.
ないかって
He wanted to know if I was having any trouble,
問題ない
so
と
I
答え
told him I
てくれました
wasn't.
Sounds like the usual.
ええ。
Indeed.
心配
He
される
frets
と
over me so much, I'm starting to think he doesn't trust me.
逆に不安になります。
He just cares about you, Gretel.
そうですね。
Right.
Her parents were extremely busy people, but they always made time for phone calls or visits to see how Gretel was doing. Plus, they would buy him whatever he needed to live comfortably. In my eyes, they were doing everything they possibly could for him. And as for me...
そうだ。姉さん。
That reminds me.
勉強教えてくれ
Can
ま
you
せ
help
ん
me with my
か
homework, sister?
Sure. I was willing to do anything if it would help him. I wanted him to have a happy life, so I always made sure to treat him with love and kindness. Was I coddling him? Probably.
Absolutely.
But he never once questioned it, as far as I was concerned. It was having a positive effect on his life. So then, you take that and do this.
Incredible! You're a better teacher than anyone at my school.
さすが姉さんです。
Oh, I knew I was right to come to you.
I'm honored to be of service. Anything else you need help with?
いえ、今のところは大丈夫です。
No, I should be all set now.
You sure?
ああ、僕も姉さんと同じ学校に通えたらいいのに。
If only I was at college with you, sister.
I know it sucks being a year behind me, but that's how the school system works.
そうですけど。
I know, but
飛び級と
maybe
か
I could graduate early or something.
Sounds complicated, but I think you might be able to make it happen if you went to college abroad.
海外か。
Studying abroad.
それもいいかもしれ
That
ま
does
せんね。
sound nice.
You must really hate community college, huh?
別に嫌いなわけじゃな
I
いで
don't
す。
hate it per se.
ただ
It's just so dull and everyone there is an idiot. It's beneath me.
Admittedly, Gretel had a bit of a superiority complex.
Yeah, no shit.
But it didn't really bother me. Gotcha. Well, if you make it into my university, we can go to the same school together. Then we can spend even more time with each other.
そうですね。
Right.
Just let me know if there's anything I could do for you, okay?
はい。
I will.
頼り
Thank
に
you
して
for all
ま
your
す。
help, sister.
Yes.
Our family was a little abnormal, sure, but in my opinion, you were doing just fine. I was sure it would last forever. Until the day it all came crashing down. On that fateful day, an incident occurred at Gretel's community college. The victim was a student at Gretel's school, victim. And the perpetrator was Gretel. What the fuck happened?
I don't know. Hurt someone?
After school, the two of them got into a scuffle, and the other boy was injured so badly he needed stitches. No, the way it was phrased.
Hey, if you're gonna get in a fight, at least win it.
Then a meeting was called to discuss Gretel's punishment. The result: suspended for 2 weeks. Her parents decided to have Gretel temporarily isolated in order to undergo a psychological evaluation.
No! Let me go! Let me go!
You're coming with me, Gretel.
No! I don't want to go!
Gretel.
Sister, help me! Please, help me! Time for you to get in the crazy wagon.
You know, she could find Gretel to a separate, smaller house elsewhere. Oh, is that the house that they're at now?
Probably.
Ryoshi, why would you lock him up? Because he fought someone? To
Because he cray.
That's crazy for real, for real. I was completely against it. I didn't see the need for any solitary confinement. I was sure Gretel could recover just fine at home. This is a necessary step for him. Please, let me see him. I'm afraid not. Right now, he needs time to cool off. Relax, alright. He has everything he needs. No matter how I pleaded, Ryoshi refused to listen. I wanted to get a look at Gretel's living arrangement for myself, but Ryoshi refused to let me inside. There was nothing I could do. Gretel had asked me to help him, yet I couldn't. Now it's mirrored. When I finally saw Gretel again 1 week later, it was completely...
I think it's emaciated.
Maybe. Emaciated. Let's go with that. For the first few days of isolation, he had refused to eat or drink anything. Buddy. Gretel, is there anything you need? Anything I can do for you?
No, not in particular.
You good?
Drugs. This is when they start giving you the star candy.
I more have meant with you because you sound like you were talking in a tin can for a second.
Oh. Hello.
Hi.
No, I'm messing with some stuff on my desk real quick.
Ah, I see. So you're probably just away from your mic then.
Wirelessly. Yeah.
I see.
So I was moving above the microphone, which probably made it sound tin canny, because this microphone likes you to be in front of it.
I see. It all makes sense now. Gretel. Don't cry, okay? I'm here for you.
Sister.
I wanted to console him, to put a smile back on his face. I'll protect you, I promise. After that, Gretel was released from his confinement, and I hovered over him more than ever before. Once his 2-week suspension came to an end, I walked him to and from school each day and reduced his responsibilities as much as possible.
To be fair, I could see why he says, like, oh, she's just spying on me.
Yeah.
Now.
Fortunately, he returned home in high spirits and went back to life as usual, on the surface anyway. But his relationship with Yoshi had soured even further, to the point that simply being in the same room was enough to ruin Gretel's mood. Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Another thing had changed too. He had stopped asking me for help with anything. I mean, fair, I guess. At last, I understood. This wasn't just any cabin. It was Gretel's isolation cell, but mirrored. I should have realized it sooner. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Because you only saw it like once.
起きましたか? よく眠りますね.
Are you awake? You were out for a long time.
Through my hazy vision, I could see Gretel standing there, holding a bright white plate. I had this dream. You were there, and I... Gretel pressed his index finger to my lips. I don't know why I forgot I was narrator for a second there.
I know, right? It's a big responsibility.
Brain go burr.
Brain go burr.
On his prompting, I fell silent. Once he confirmed that I was done talking, he sat down on the bed and started cutting up the pancake on his plate. Pancakes. It's actually been a while since I've had pancakes. Should fix that.
You gotta make the good pancakes. They gotta be nice and fluffy. It can't be like basically a biscuit but sweeter.
Yeah.
はい、どうぞ.
Here you are.
Then he stabbed a forkful of it and held it up to my mouth. Eat the pancake?
I want to say yes.
Given that this is being a choice, I want to say no, because now I suddenly don't trust the pancake.
That's true. It is suddenly, like, super weird now.
Yeah, like, if he weren't given a choice, I would trust it, but, like, in this case, now that it's being an option, I do not.
Yeah. I say we don't trust a pancake.
Yeah, and if it's the wrong answer, we can go back to the load, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. We saved.
I pursed my lips together, rejecting the food.
姉さん.
You have to eat, sister.
I'm sorry. I know you went through all the trouble of making it for me, but I'm just not hungry. I didn't know what time of day it was, but my stomach wasn't strong enough to handle food immediately upon waking.
So desu ka.
I see. That's a shame.
You put something in the pancakes, didn't you, Gretel? God.
He put the star candies in.
You drugged the pancakes.
I bet he did.
He carried the plate away. I sat up and looked out the window, or tried to, but the curtains were drawn. Hey, Gretel.
What is it, sister?
Why did he kiss me that one time? It was on the forehead.
What one time?
Oh. You know, when I was resting my head in your lap.
Oh, that. Well...
He fell silent for a moment, but pulled me into a hug.
Not gonna stop me?
Why would I? I'm not opposed to it.
Oh no. The Stockholm Syndrome has set in.
Despite the circumstances, I was still receiving a hug from my crush. Then he drew his lips to my ear and whispered,
Are you enjoying being in my arms?
Are you enjoying this? Absolutely fucking not.
I know we're not. If we're going from like Reikyu's perception, she absolutely is. If this is one of your other characters, I'd say yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Peachy. I'm okay with no for like the first answer, just to see where that takes us. But I do think the right answer is yes here.
It probably is, but like honestly, I kind of want a bad ending.
You kind of want a bad ending? I do too. I just want to see this guy like police roll up. He surrenders himself to the cops. Reikyu goes like, what happened? And then it wraps up and the wizard's like, well, this is a bad end for everyone involved.
Except for the readers.
Except for the police. Because they got him.
I squirmed uncomfortably. No.
And yet you're also not opposed to it?
Don't worry about it. Girls are complicated.
Right.
He murmured suggestively.
I guess it doesn't matter, since we're just two strangers who aren't related in the slightest.
Oh, so he does know.
You're not suddenly strangers just because you're not related by blood. Though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, idiot.
I froze, eyes wide. I couldn't speak. My lips trembled, but no words came. I felt like his icy gaze had turned me to stone. A long moment passed as we gazed into each other's eyes. Then, at last, I found my voice. You knew?
Of course I did.
And you didn't say anything because...
What? Well, to be fair, if I was in his position and I found out that I was adopted into a family and they're like, oh yeah, we're just going to keep this secret, I wouldn't be like very ecstatic to bring it up. It's not exactly like a dinner conversation that you could just throw in there.
I mean, yeah, but with like his relationship with Reikyu, I don't know. I feel like
okay, yeah. If we're talking specifically to Reikyu, I feel like he should have brought it up a lot sooner than he has. But that could also have been him just like pretending like, oh yeah, we're still brother sister. Haha, I'm just protecting her.
Yeah,
you know.
Anyways, his tone was casual.
Oh, and I'm aware that you have feelings for me too. Romantic feelings, I mean.
I turned and dove under the blanket, pulling it up over my head. Nah. But Gretel yanked it right back off me.
Look at me, sister.
Ew.
Witness me.
Perceive.
Perceive.
I curled into a ball and shook my head.
Why not?
'Cause you're being wicked gross right now.
I mean, he is.
I I'm sorry.
For what?
Come to think of it, maybe it was silly to apologize. If anything, he should apologize to me. Yeah. But my apology was a gut reaction.
Look at me. Please.
No. I can't. He answered in a tiny voice.
Tiny voice. Come on. Let me see my sister's pretty face.
Say please at least, goddamn.
I thought he'd said please.
Nope.
I think he
Or
said
the
please
first
a couple.
earlier, yeah. But not in that
Okay,
sentence.
yeah. Not on that one. Got it.
He spoke softly, like he was consoling a child.
Look at me.
This time he spoke sharply, commanding me. But I still refused. Leave me alone. He grabbed my shoulders and turned me in his direction. Then he cupped my chin and tilted my face up. Ew. Ew.
Do you want to know why I kissed you? Because you're special to me, sister.
Of course. OBS is
Use her fucking name if you're gonna say this. Come on.
Yeah, like you're keeping it weird, buddy.
You're keeping it weird. Like, this is weird. Yes, Peachy. We know. But he could take steps to make it less weird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like after acknowledging, it's like, oh yeah, we're not blood related. Stop calling her sister. Easy.
Yeah. Easy. Just start first names, you know? Not last names.
That would be too formal.
Well, not just too formal, but they share the last name.
Yeah,
right now.
true.
I wanted to reward you with something you like. And since I knew you had feelings for me, I figured you'd like a kiss. When you said I was special to you, you meant romantically. You've always been terrible at hiding things. Or were you being obvious on purpose?
No, but you're just bad at hiding things.
Yeah.
That's something that's always frustrated me about you. As much as I love and respect who you are, this is how you show love and respect. I will get back to the quote in a second, but I can't stand that side of you. You're normally so quick to read between the lines. How could you not notice this one thing?
The drugs?
Drugs? I thought about letting myself fall for you too, you know.
are we gonna find out that the reason why he fought with some random student is because he was going to confess to Reikyu?
Maybe.
No. Truth be told, I already had. I love you, sister. If I wanted to, I could kiss you. Hell, I could have sex with you.
With consent, right?
Oh, drugs?
I don't know what owl voice is.
I don't either, but I love the way you interpreted it.
Drugs. Oh my god, no, let me find it.
Oh boy.
So I did it wrong.
Gasp! I let out a small shriek as he cupped my brow. Ew.
Oh no.
I love you, sister. I'm madly in love with you.
Get consent first, you freak.
Consent, you fucking bitch. We could date if we wanted. No one would judge us. No one would rebuke us.
It's a vine? Well, that explains why I don't know it.
After all, it's not like we're actually related. But we still can't. It's forbidden. You know that, right, sister?
I felt a drop of liquid hit my cheek.
Is he crying or salivating?
Who knows?
Oh, crying. Cool.
And when I opened my eyes, I found Gretel above me, crying. Good. Cry harder.
Yeah, cry,
Oh.
bitch. I want to check out the memes real quick.
Yeah, I'll check it out too. So we're both in them now.
Yeah.
Where is it? There it is.
It's an actual owl gay.
Drugs.
No, we're okay.
Drugs.
This is awkward. No, thank you.
Drugs.
Drugs?
Who invited?
I see you.
Drugs.
Drugs.
Drugs. Drugs.
Drugs. Did you read that, sister? I don't remember.
No, I did not read that, sister, yet.
Drugs? Sister?
Okay, that's the take.
Yep. I don't want you to abandon me.
捨てられたくない。
Please. Anyone but you.
Oh, I think we got the bad ending.
I hope so. No, it's not over yet.
Aw, it's just a flashback.
Damn it.
Foiled again.
I mean, I still want the police to take him.
Yeah.
It's still kidnapping.
Yeah. That's a lot of things.
It's still a lot of things.
Huh. Hello to my 24th sigh of the day. Where are you counting?
Oh man, why are you counting?
どうしたんすか？ため
Wh-
息ばっか
What's
ついて。
wrong, dude?
ら
You're
しく
sighing
ね
like
えっすよ。
crazy. It's not like you.
いつものおちゃらけたアリス
It's
ちゃ
the
んはどこ
goofy
行
girl
っ
we
た
all
んす
know
か？
and love.
Wolf shook my shoulders, derailing my train of thought.
Shaking babies.
あれ？てか珍しい。
Wait, now that I
す
think
ぐに
about it,
帰らねえん
it's
すか？
weird that you're still here.
グレ
Are
ー
you
テ
gonna
ル
go
の
pick
野
up
郎を
Gretel?
迎えに行くんじゃね？
I decided I'm not going to do that anymore.
え
Whoa.
His eyes widened as he murmured in surprise. I paused my contemplation and decided to have Wolf answer a question on behalf of the entire male gender. Oh boy.
Do guys kiss
Oh, that's you.
Yeah, it is. He's silly.
I think it'd be funnier coming from Wolf's mouth though.
It would be funnier, but... Do guys kiss girls they aren't interested in?
できる。
all the time?
That's what I was thinking, Wolf. That's what I was thinking.
God damn it, Wolf.
He grinned from ear to ear.
Maybe that sign was accurate.
Yeah. Okay then. I didn't feel like making any catty quips, so I let it go. He didn't represent all men, just the horny wolves. That's it was a mistake to ask him in the first place.
At least they're consistent with the characterization, you know?
Yeah, but like at the same time, guys do kiss girls they don't like
Oh,
all
yeah.
the time. Like, men
Yeah,
suck.
they just do it just because.
After Wolf and I went our separate ways, I thought long and hard about last night. Why did Gretel do that? Is a fiend. Last night, while I was resting my head in his lap, he leaned down and kissed me. But what did it mean? It was just a forehead kiss, man. Like, even if things weren't weird between them, like, forehead kisses between family members is normal.
Yeah, it's just like, bleh, you know?
I mean, not like bleh, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, there's like the level of kissing on the face. I feel like forehead's like a step above a cheek kiss.
Yeah, but still, like, for family members, like, depending on the family dynamics,
Yeah.
it's pretty normal.
And then if you're a family, the lips is a no-no zone.
You got big no-no zone.
Unless it's for life emergencies only.
CPR, let's go.
Yes, exactly.
But that's not a kiss, that's CPR.
Exactly.
Ugh.
People in general kiss people they're not really interested in, especially if interested in means wanting to start dating. Like,
Then again, he just gave me a little peck on my eyelids at most. Any family member would do that. Eyelids is a little weird, but, you know.
maybe he was trying to suck the eyeball out.
Maybe.
Got some good nutrition in there.
The thought made my heart ache, and I abruptly stopped and crouched down into a ball right where I was. Do family members kiss each other's foreheads? Maybe in other countries.
Maybe in this country. Educate yourself.
Yeah, you're right, Spooky. You're right.
Mwahahaha.
No, surely there's no way this could be taken as a platonic kiss anywhere in the world, even between family. We just talked about this, Reikyu. You're wrong. Personally, I couldn't see myself kissing anyone except someone I was in love with. Okay, have fun with that boundary.
I mean, it's a good boundary.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what she wants.
Yeah.
Like, kisses are for lovers, you know?
Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with a little peck on the cheek from friends, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Culture. We don't know Reikyu's culture.
It's I want to say it's Old English, judging by the buildings, but...
Shrugs. Huh.
Could be wrong about that.
But just as I hit side number 25...
Hey, lady!
You again. It was the gang of delinquent boys from yesterday. The way they sneered at me set me on edge.
Apparently, B is now the leader, because A was proven to be weak in the face of a Famal.
Can I help you? I rose to my feet and looked around. School was out for the day, and there was plenty of students around. Confident that they wouldn't try to pull anything, I donned a smile.
We want to talk to you about your brother. Could you come with us?
Sorry, but I'm busy. As I tried to walk past them, however, one of them grabbed me by my arm. Of course.
Trust me, this won't take long.
It was the leader guy I had messed with. Stop. I scowled at him in disgust. Keep this up and I'll make a scene.
Go ahead if you want. I can't guarantee you'll be safe if you do.
He who?
Gretel.
Your brother. Oh wait, I guess he's not actually your brother, huh?
What did you do to him? I yanked my arm out of his grasp.
Oh, not much. Right, guys?
They all exchanged a glance. What did you do? I repeated myself, more firmly this time, as I stared directly into their eyes.
I'm sure you figured it out by now, but we've got a little bone to pick with him.
Probably because the kid that he beat up was one of their posse members.
Maybe.
So we called him out to teach him a lesson. After a few hits, he started crying and calling your name.
What a baby. I didn't realize
What
you
a
raised such a
baby.
piss-ass baby. And
What the fuck, Gretel? You can't win a fight against like 5 guys.
Our friends are showing him a real good time right about now. See? Here's the proof.
on the small rectangular phone screen, I could see a guy who looked like Gretel getting kicked in the gut.
They have phones.
Yeah, huh?
They have cell phones. That's not just a phone.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It was dark, and I couldn't get a good look at his face, but he appeared to be tied to a tree. That's nice.
We're back to the ambiguous timeline. God fucking damn it.
Yep. Each time they kicked him, he let out a painful groan and shouted, "Sister!"
Sister!
So he's in a forest. The closest forest is by the lake. At this, one of the boys sent a startled look my way, and I took this to mean I was right. Someone, gah! And as I started to shout, however, I heard the crackle of electricity, and a sharp pain rushed along my
Did
spine.
they taser her?
Yeah, when did tasers come out, out of curiosity?
Wait, what the fuck? What is this timeline? Where the fuck are we? When are we?
Apparently the first generation taser was introduced to law enforcement in 1974.
Alright, what about the first cell phone? Like, modern day cell phone?
Definitely way after that, but...
Well, in that case, we're still in the ambiguous timeline because they have a cell phone.
1985. Motorola Dynamics 8000 voice X, yeah, 8000
It could be a flip phone. Peachy is right. It did just say a small rectangular screen. It could be a flip phone. Or you know, any phone with a screen.
Any phone that can display an image, really.
Well, specifically video.
No, they said it was just a photo of him getting kicked and not a video.
Then why would it say he was shouting out sister?
You know what? You're right. Let me look. Oh yeah, it is a video. Alright.
Yep.
Oops.
別に俺たちだってあんたを無理やり連れて行きたいわけじゃない。
First.
Pipe down now. I don't have to drag you there by force.
Okay, Twiggy actually did cover that. The Kyocera VP210 visual phone was 1999. Smart. Anyways, Then someone moved around behind me and pressed something hard against my back. Oh dear. My whole body broke out in a cold sweat as my heart pounded in my chest. But I kept a straight face to conceal my internal panic. What are you planning to do with me once we get there?
Oh, nothing. Just thought you want to go fetch your precious baby brother. Isn't that right, sister?
I'm not your sister.
You're not his either.
He's at least adopted, jeez.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're fucking dumb.
He knows everything, you know. He knows you're not his real sister, or even his stepsister. You're just strangers.
Adoptive brother, not strangers.
I was gonna say.
So what? An icy sneer fell from his face, and he raised his eyebrows. Evidently he wasn't expecting me to be so unruffled. Meanwhile, I was debating whether to start shouting again. As I looked around, I made eye contact with several passers-by on the street. The delinquents glared at them until they left. This was clearly a trap. But I couldn't just let these thugs beat Gretel black and blue. Fine, I'll go with you. Now, where are we going?
The forest by the lake.
I had a bad feeling about this, but I didn't have a choice. Now that I had agreed, one of them grabbed me by the arm again. Relax, I don't need you to escort me. I'm not going anywhere. As I shook them off, someone let out a whistle. Just then, my cell phone started to ring inside my book bag. Someone shoved me from behind, and I stumbled forward. Then the leader took my phone out of my bag and powered it off.
Gonna have to confiscate this.
As I walked, I began to drop the items from my bag one by one, being as quiet as possible so that they wouldn't notice. It was a risky move, but this way, if something happened to me, perhaps someone could follow the trail to my location. Smart. The delinquents brought me to a deserted part of the forest. The sun had already set, and the branches blocked out any remaining light until I could scarcely walk without a flashlight. My brain was screaming at me not to go any further, but my captors on all sides, I was boxed in. Besides, I couldn't leave until I made sure Gretel was still alive. I came to an abrupt stop, and the guy behind me crashed into me. Where is he? To answer me, the boys all pointed their flashlights at the base of one particular tree. There, someone who looked like Gretel was tied to the tree, just as I had seen in the video. He appeared to be unconscious. Are you okay? I dashed up to him and peered into his face. And that's when I discovered that he wasn't Gretel at all. This was a trap.
This was a trap.
I tried to bolt, but someone grabbed me and tried to put me in a full Nelson. Summoning all my strength, I pushed him away as hard as I could. I attempted to use this window of opportunity to get away, but then Gretel stood up and grabbed my arm. No! Just desperate to break free, I used my other hand to punch him, but the other guy, the one I shoved, yanked my hair and slammed me to the ground. Oof. The sharp pain made me grunt. But I had no time to lose, and during the pain, I tried to get up, only to get the wind knocked out of me as someone kicked me in the gut. Gah. Unable to bear it, I collapsed face down on the ground. Then someone yanked me up by the hair, raising my head.
Settle the fuck down!
With a sadistic grin, the boy slapped me across the face. The sharp impact across my cheek knocked me back to the ground. Fear had taken over my mind. I started to tremble. For the first time, I realized I'm going to die. Someone help me! I screamed as loud as I could, but my body was shaking too hard to produce much of a sound. Their laughter echoed throughout the forest. I tried to crawl away from them on my hands and knees.
Whoa there! Not so fast!
Ah! He grabbed me by the collar and flung me onto my back. Then, someone shone a flashlight into my eyes, blinding me. Stop! But my desperate plea only seemed to further fuel their sadistic desires, because things started to escalate. I tried to back away, but the leader straddled my legs, pinning me in place. Stop it, you asshole! He tried to pin my arms down, so I dug my nails in, but he quickly pinned my wrists together with one hand. Next, he reached for my mouth. I bit his hand as hard as I could. Let's go.
Let's go, girlie.
Fear was telling me...
That finger, gone.
Yes. Fear was telling me that if I didn't fight back, they were going to make me wish I was dead.
Ouch! You bitch!
Sparks flew behind my eyelids. The leader had grabbed me by the collar and punched me in the face. I felt a warm liquid trickling out my nose and realized I was bleeding. My vision pitched sideways and my consciousness started to fade, but I bit my lip and used the pain to keep myself awake. The taste of copper spread inside my mouth.
You sure had fun humiliating me yesterday, didn't you?
A Reiki sound. The leader reached a hand under my top. Ew.
Oh, Peachy, he's a child that got humiliated, and he in front of his friends, and now he's like, I have to get revenge because that will reestablish my position as leader of the pack or some shit. Some very petty shit.
I wanted to scream, but could only manage a groan. I tried to resist by flailing my limbs, but he was far stronger than I was. At this point, there was nothing else I could do. No matter what cunning plot I came up with, I couldn't put it into action. Goosebumps prickled up my arms as his so warm breath brushed my neck. I could see his brightly dyed hair bobbing up and down. I closed my eyes and tried my best to shut out reality.
Oh, me?
It sounds like Red, if I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, Red. It probably is Red.
Yeah, especially with police. Freeze, police. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. I opened my eyes and squinted against the blinding bright light.
Let's get out of here.
On his command, he and the rest of his gang took off running.
And they immediately run into a jail cell.
Are you alright? The owner of the voice came running over to me, bringing his light with him. Who? I was right. I'm so good at recognizing voices.
I love this Grimblow.
It's been too long, Red.
Puppy.
It's me, Red
Puppy
Riding
number
Hood.
2.
All the puppies. Red. As I sat up, I could feel aches and pains all over my body. Red crouched down and put a hand on my shoulder for support. Unlike those delinquents, his touch didn't trigger visceral disgust.
Oh, if you know what he did in chapter 1, maybe.
Are you hurt? He took one look at my face and stared, wide-eyed. This is serious. Let's get you to a hospital right away. Can you stand? Hanging my head, I reached out and clutched at his riding hood. Miss Arisu. Oh. My body was still shaking. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gently put his hand on mine. Don't worry. They're gone now. I'll protect you, no matter what.
Now can we switch this story to Red Riding Hood again? Because I can do that story again.
The nightmare was over, and I was saved. The dam burst, and tears poured down my face. Please don't cry. Now we should get you something to wear. I know. Take this.
Second Riding Hood.
He pulled off his riding hood and put it on me. My vision was now blocked out with scarlet, but I could still feel his arm around me.
They really liked this CG from the first game, so they brought it back.
After that, Red escorted me home. He tried several times to convince me to go to the hospital, but I didn't listen. Only wanted to go home. Yeah, that's fair.
Why? Go to the hospital, get those delinquents in jail cells.
But traumatic event, just go home and eat.
Still, but like, you know, police take your statement, doctor checks you out, says you're fine, then go home and deal with the trauma.
But you're assuming the police will do anything. When we arrived at my house, no one was there. With Red's blessing, I went straight to the bathroom and took a shower. The steam made my scrapes sting, but I didn't care. I wanted to be clean again. Yeah, that's fair. The warm water washed all the dirt and grime away.
No, that's evidence. You fucking bitch.
After I finished my shower, I put on some clean clothes and returned to the living room. There, I found Red waiting with a first aid kit. Oh, what a good puppy. Sit right there, please. If nothing else, you need to treat your wounds. Okay. I sat on the chair, as instructed. And I got some ice for your facial swelling. Hold it against your cheek for a while. He handed me the makeshift ice pack. Then, he opened the first aid kit and took out some disinfectant and gauze.
To be fair, I'm not even sure if the police have basic medical training.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually an officer. I think he just said that to get the delinquents to go away.
Okay, so like in the previous one where he wasn't a police officer, but he was just like a vigilante.
Yeah.
Or like, you're thinking he's doing vigilante stuff this time around.
Yeah. Or like, at the very least, just saying is the police.
Our boy Red asking for consent. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, he understands consent unlike everyone else so far. At least in this story.
Yeah.
I think Roshi probably understands consent, but we haven't had to have to ask. So
we haven't had a situation where he would need consent though.
Yeah. May I touch you? Yes, you may.
See, Gretel, if you're watching or you happen to walk in on this moment, that's how you properly treat people.
With my consent, he took my hand. Does it hurt? No, I'm okay. He took my other hand and raised both my arms straight up into the air. Does that hurt? No. He slowly rotated my arms, occasionally pausing to ask me about any pain. What are you, a doctor?
He might be.
Maybe. Got some medical training just for this.
I think he's mainly just checking to make sure, like, okay, there's no, like, muscle damage or, like, nothing that's, like, causing, like, a pinched nerve or something like that, but it seems like it's pretty standard.
The only people that would think to do that are people with actual medical training, though.
True.
So, looks like your arms only have minor scrapes. Next, he examined my legs, and so on and so forth. Now that I think about it, how did you find me anyway? He averted his gaze as he knelt before me. I noticed you had dropped some of your belongings, and I had a bad feeling about it, so I followed the trail. Plus, I know the forest very well. Let's go.
Okay, so he's not a cop.
Yeah. No, I see.
He's just a good boy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good puppy.
You dropped those things on purpose, didn't you? Yeah. This may be rude, considering what you've been through, but if you had that level of forethought, why did you go with them at all? They had a taser, first of all.
Yeah, first of all, taser. Second, brother, potential.
You must have had some idea of what they were going to do to you, correct? All men are wolves, after all.
He said the line!
I'm extremely lucky that I showed up when I did. Yeah. I could tell from the tone of his voice that he was extremely concerned for me.
Sincerely.
I know, I'm sorry. But despite my apology, I didn't actually regret going with them. Even if they assaulted me, I could have accepted as long as it meant Gretel was unharmed. If there was even a 1% chance of healing him, I would take any risk, even if it put my life into jeopardy. That was the kind of girl I was. Dots. But I should have taken steps to hedge my bets, as it were. After that incident, I now knew that I didn't stand a chance against multiple armed attackers. In exchange for that knowledge, I really had to endure some pain, fear, and shame. Thinking about it that way made it a little easier to bear.
To be fair, I don't think a lot of people can take on multiple people.
Yeah.
Like 2 maybe, but you have to get one to trip up first.
Yeah. At least without training for that specifically.
Reiki, this is your most unrealistic moment yet, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
True, Peachy.
And forgive my rudeness. Anyone would have been intimidated into cooperating. That was the thoughtless comment on my part. No, you're right. I'm partly to blame for what happened. No victim blaming here.
Yeah, no victim blaming.
Sorry for scaring you.
Just throw those guys behind bars and we'll call it even.
Yeah. Better yet, throw them in the lake.
Give them life, I don't know.
Sorry for scaring you, and thank you for saving me. I smiled weakly. He looked up at me for a moment, then pulled his hood low over his eyes.
Yeah.
Anytime. Thank you. No. I'd like to take a look at your face. So could you close your eyes for me? Nuts. As requested, I closed my eyes. Then I heard Red heave a sigh of relief. I'm going to touch you now. Oh, see. Okay. He pulled
Technically, that's enough for consent.
Yeah. He pulled the ice pack away from my face and gingerly touched my wound. Does that hurt? Feels like it's throbbing a little. Oh, hello, Catman. How's it going?
Meow.
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 Next, I checked my lower eyelids, then my upper eyelids. Fortunately, your eyes appear undamaged. Can you hear me clearly? Any ringing in your ears?
Well, suddenly it turned into Red's story, and I am all 100% for it, Catman.
Would have been better without the attempted rape, but you know. If we could stop getting sexually assaulted in this route, that would be cool.
Like, even if I was assaulted, literally no actual AFAB person would say this. Exactly. She's just, like, it's obsession. Like, they're both obsessed with each other.
Yeah, not good. No, I can hear you. Sounds like your eardrums are undamaged, too.
Hypersonic scream.
For now, it appears your only external injuries are on your face, palms, and legs.
Let's go.
He grabbed the gauze and disinfected off the table and set about patching me up. Do you feel pain anywhere else? In my heart. No. Oh, but I got kicked in the stomach. Classy.
Thank you.
When I stripped down for my shower, I noticed a bright red bruise there. Want to see?
Lifts up for sure. Immediately.
No thank you, that won't be necessary. Blushing beet red, he hastily declined. I burst out laughing. Being with Red helped me forget all about that miserable experience. Thoughts. He looked at me curiously. What? No, it's just... You seem to be taking this all in stride.
Pain is just an illusion.
In response, he spoke with a tone of forced cheer. Well, I can't change the fact that it happened. All I can do now is accept it, get over it, and start planning for the future.
Oh, Ricky went through her trauma arc real fast there.
Besides, he scared them away before they could do anything really awful.
I don't know. Even that much, most people would be like, at least rattled a little bit. Like, oh my god, I didn't know that could actually happen, you know?
Normally, this is the part where I'd wink playfully, but with my swollen cheek, I knew it wouldn't have the desired effect.
Girl, what is your definition of really awful?
Successful rape? Maybe? Murder.
Potential murder. You know, she didn't die, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible.
Ron looked at me intently for a moment, then dropped his gaze to the floor. You're a very strong person. But I must ask you not to force yourself. You may be stronger than most people, but you're still a delicate flower. That seems kind of contradictory. I snickered. But I knew he was only trying to be compassionate in his own way. Thank you, Red. After I expressed my gratitude yet again, he returned to his examination. As he applied the gauze to my cheek, I decided to ask him something that was on my mind. Come to think of it, do you know those boys? They're a local delinquent gang. I see them hiding out in the forest, smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. Of course. Oh, I see. Maybe that was their hangout spot. Red furrowed his brow at me. You're not planning to go get your revenge on them, are you?
Just a couple explosives, it's fine.
No, don't worry. I won't do anything dangerous. I denied it with a smile, but Red's serious expression didn't waver. I drawn a serious expression of my own. Those guys have to... Those guys seem to have a bone to pick with Gretel. With Gretel, you say. Have you heard anything? I'm afraid not. But he's a smart young man, so I'm sure he knows better than to hang around with that crowd. Yeah. However. It may be related to the violent incident that he initiated recently. That's what you said, Relix.
Oh, really? Weird. It's like people do things for reasons.
Or do they? Dun dun dun.
Well, they don't do passionate things for no reason.
Yeah. I sank deep into thought. If those two things are connected, then perhaps Gretel's victim was a member of this delinquent gang. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Miss Arisu. And can I talk to learn more about these punks? Miss Arisu. He reprimanded me sharply. You just went through a highly traumatic experience. Just relax, get some rest, leave the rest to the police. Yeah.
So he was actually an officer. Got it.
Then
He was
just
just
gonna
off
report
duty.
them to the police.
Just an off-duty cop. Let's go.
The police? The realization hit me. You have to file a report about this, don't you? Of course I do. What they did was a crime, and they ought to be punished for it.
Red's actually a police officer in this timeline. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. But first, I'd like to get you to the hospital and... Be honest, how bad is my face? Priorities,
Pretty bad.
Riku. What? Is it super obvious I got punched in the face? I'm gonna go with
She
yes.
trying to hide it? Fucking bitch.
Well... He hesitated. When I saw my swollen face in the bathroom mirror, it made me want to cry. Honestly, I didn't even want Red to see me like this. But crying wouldn't fix anything. No, but it helps relieve stress if nothing else.
a police report would be wonderful right now.
Right? I couldn't change the past. I could only plan for the future. Like a police report or something.
Yeah. Or, they went to the hospital first and actually performed, like, the rape kit.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there was no rape, but the rape kit is more than just that part. It's getting, like, physical evidence, blah, blah, blah. Maybe some sort of, like, I don't know, some trace element to figure out, like, to link these guys to the attack specifically.
Yeah.
So that way the police would have a stronger case against them. Like, even if the rubber of someone's shoe just kind of, like, imprinted itself into your clothing and they got that would be that would be really good.
Yeah.
Because then they could say, like, oh yeah, this person with this shoe left this mark in your gut.
Mm-hmm.
But this girl, this fucking bitch.
Honestly, I'd give Gretel brownie points if he went out on the live the delinquents after he finds out what they did to Reikyu. Yeah, that's fair.
I think we're starting to get to the truth of this matter. I think Gretel is hiding Reikyu in the woods to protect her from the delinquents.
Maybe.
While he kind of goes vigilante on their ass.
Possibly. I grabbed Red's arm and begged him. If you see Gretel, please don't tell him what happened, okay? I don't want him to know. Why not? You understand that Gretel may be linked to this incident, correct? That's exactly why. Before I knew it, I was rambling. If he finds out they hurt me, there's no telling what he might do. Like you said, Gretel has a bit of a checkered past, and if he acts out again, he might not be able to redeem himself. I don't know. He might redeem himself if he does something here. He wants to go to the same college as me, and if he causes another incident, they might not accept him. So
they might accept him for the first one, honestly.
Yeah. So please, whatever you do, don't tell Gretel a single thing about what happened today. Eventually, Red gave in to my pleading. Alright then, I won't. But what do you plan to do about this? For now, I'm gonna keep my distance from Gretel until my injuries heal. After all, one look at me will instantly know something bad happened. Where will you go? Dots. I started to say Roshi's house, then changed my mind. I'll get a hotel room or something. Lucky for me, we have a lot of those in this town. Then I'll have Mom and Dad tell Gretel that I left to stay with them in the city for a while. Do you think he'll believe that? It won't matter if he believes it. I'll already be gone. And if he calls my phone, he'll know that I'm okay. What about school? I won't be able to attend classes for a while, but it hardly matters at this stage. My main priority is keeping this hush-hush. Interesting priority. Now that I was committed to a plan of action, I couldn't just sit around. I left Red in the living room and ran upstairs to my bedroom.
Hey, vacation, let's go.
I came straight home in order to avoid making a huge scene, but that was a mistake. The longer I stayed, the more likely I'd run into Gretel. I flung some clothes into my suitcase at random, then headed out of my room.
Sister, what?
Oh boy. But when I opened the door, Gretel was waiting for me on the other side.
What happened to your face?
His expression was stiff. Oh, I tripped and fell.
Why is there a police officer downstairs?
He's just a puppy, don't worry. I purposely replied in a jokey, lighthearted tone.
Did someone hurt you?
Nope.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Sister!
He snapped sharply. It's nothing, okay? I put my arms around him to console him.
Sister.
There's nothing to worry about. But Gretel grabbed my shoulders and pushed me away. His eyes were narrowed piercingly, my body froze in fear. Gretel? Wordlessly, he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me back into my room. Gretel, Wait. Ah! Then he pushed me down on the bed and started prodding at all the areas where Red had patched me up. My cheek, my arms, my palms, and lastly, my thighs. Every time he touched a sore spot, my body shivered. Gah!
I knew it! Someone attacked you! Your cheek is completely swollen, and your arms and leg are all scraped up. Plus, I can see finger-shaped bruises on your wrist and...
Ah. Without hesitation, Gretel hiked up my top body. As I felt the air against my skin, goosebumps broke out all over my body.
These injuries are all proof that you were struck.
Dots.
Did they force themselves on you?
No.
Did they rape you?
Almost. No, I wasn't raped. I guess that's not a lie, but it was very close.
That's not a... Yeah, I was gonna say, that's... It's not great in this context, but not a lie.
I denied it at the top of my lungs. It wasn't. I'm fine.
Then what did they do to you? Why did they do this to my sister?
I brought it upon myself. That's all.
Brought it upon yourself? What's that supposed to mean?
You know, my outfit. Totally the outfit. It's always the outfit.
It's always the ankles, man. It's always the ankles.
You would never make that kind of mistake. You're too smart for that.
I'm not as perfect as you think I am, Gretel.
Why won't you just tell me what happened? You told Red Riding Hood, right?
Well, that's fine. We already knew him from the previous timeline.
But we also didn't tell him, he just saw it. He saw the situation. He's a witness.
Yeah, put 2 to 2 together, you know?
Why is it that you can tell him, but not me?
Cause he's a cop.
He's a witness. There's nothing to tell him. It's not that.
Then what is it? Is it me? Is it my fault this is happening to you? Is that why you won't?
No.
Then tell me. If you care about me as much as you claim to, then tell me what happened and who did this. Don't lie to me.
He knew I was trapped. Nevertheless, I lied without batting a lash. On my way home, a stranger tried to pull me into their car, but Red rescued me.
Is that true?
Yes.
Then why didn't you go straight to the police? Or the hospital?
I did. See? I'm all patched up. I gestured to the bandages Red had applied for me.
You're lying.
No, I
noticed there's less gauze and disinfectant in the first aid kit.
You're really observant, huh? Nothing gets past you.
Damn, yeah.
Please, don't lie to me.
He hung his head and started to tremble. Gretel. His tears fell onto my chest. Reflexively, I reached out to touch his cheek, but instead, he kissed the back
How
of
do you
my
just
hand.
casually notice that?
Yeah, especially since, like, I imagine Red didn't even necessarily put the first aid kit away yet. Like,
yeah. It's probably still, like, open up on the table or something, you know?
Yeah.
Like he's just about to put it away, and then Gretel just kind of came in and noticed it.
Sister. 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 My poor, sweet sister. Look what they've done to you. I bet it was agony, wasn't it? Terrifying, wasn't it? I should have been there for you, but I wasn't. I'm so sorry.
And now we get to the beginning of his Delulu arc. Let's go.
Yep.
Sister.
He pulled me tight against his chest and began to sob. Weren't you supposed to be consoling me? The back of my throat burned like it was on fire, as did the corners of my eyes. But I fought desperately to contain my tears. I couldn't let myself be weak in front of him. After a long embrace, Gretel slowly pulled away. His eyes were red and puffy.
Sister. Here, eat this. Let's erase all those awful memories.
How about we don't do drugs?
Yeah, how about we don't do drugs?
Gretel? Next thing I knew, Gretel was holding a jar in his hands. His fucking drug stash.
It's his Adderall prescription.
I don't think Adderall makes you forget things, but I could be mistaken.
It doesn't.
As the tears rolled down his face, he smiled and opened the lid. I slowly shook my head. I couldn't escape. I was still pinned down beneath him. You know, what you should do when you're trying to console someone that was assaulted.
Don't worry. I'm just gonna sleep for a while. That's all.
Oh my god, they are drugged.
With that, he popped a few candy stars into his mouth and kissed. Ew.
Ew.
I tried to pull away, but he wedged his lips open with his tongue and pushed the candy in. Bruh, this is not what you do post someone got assaulted if you actually give a shit about them.
Yeah, you don't assault a person who just went through a traumatic experience involving assault, you fucker.
You got assaulted, didn't you? Assaults you too.
Here, have some candy.
Gretel. A long kiss followed, and by the time we finally came up for air, a string of saliva hung between our lips. Ew. It shone seductively, provocatively, and despite the circumstances, it was enough to set my body aflame. Ew. Evidently, Gretel felt the same way, but somehow I could see darkness in those damp eyes and flushed cheeks.
Sister.
After that, he administered his medicine again and again.
Oh man, she gonna die from overdose? Let's go.
I mean, that's one way to end this, right?
It is.
Sister, I'm sorry. I know we shouldn't. That we're siblings. Assault. But today could be a special exception. You love special exceptions, don't you?
Huh. My mind started to go fuzzy as an intense wave of jazziness washed over me. You know, the drugs.
That NyQuil, let's go.
Don't worry. Just give in to the sedative and tell yourself it was all bad.
They've been sedating this kid?
Apparently.
Damn. He must have one heck of a tolerance. Like, he went through an entire jar of these fuckers.
Yeah.
It was just a nightmare brought upon you by pesky demons. Once you wake up, we'll go back to our happy lives.
Oh great, the Delulu's getting stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So, now we at least figured out a couple of key terms in his vocabulary.
Yeah.
None of them are great implications for where this story is going.
And gave me one last peck on the lips. Then the jar slipped out of his hands. Red, blue, green, yellow, and a rainbow of colors scattered all over the bed and floor as if the room had transformed into Candyland. Gretel. He left me there and ran out of the house. Okay, bye. I could barely think straight. Women. But I chased after him nonetheless. At one point, I stuck a finger down my throat and tried to clear my stomach.
Smart.
Yeah. Herk. I tried it again and again, but nothing came up. Nah. Tears flowed down my face and fell to the floor. I knew this would happen. And that was when my consciousness faded.
Ryoshi.
He's a doctor? Alright.
He's a doctor? Wait.
Fine by me.
Hot, but why?
Ryoshi. I woke in a hospital room. Is this a dream?
Oh, hello, doctor.
Hello, doctor. Or is this real life?
Or is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality.
Oi, 大丈夫か?
Hey, Reikyu, you alright? What happened? I heard there was an emergency, so I hurried home and found you passed out on the floor. Then I called an ambulance. Good call.
More like a wambulance, am I right? Wow, wow.
Hello, doctor. No. I'm very ill. I need lots of hand-holding and smooches.
Me too.
Me too. For real, for real.
Alright, let's go.
Who told you?
Red?
I got a call from the cops, actually. They said they received an anonymous tip that a group of local thugs jumped you.
So Red's not a cop. Got it.
Called it.
Still, good guy.
Yep.
Just not
guy.
A cop.
Which makes him even better. That anonymous tip probably came from Red.
Yeah,
he
no
must have
shit
called
it
it
did.
in after he left my house. Where's Gretel? He wasn't there when I found you. Imagine he's probably out somewhere trying to exact vigilante justice.
I mean, he is.
Dr. Woshi, please give treatment.
Give treatment. Love it. I need 150 cc's of cuddles stat.
I'll give you a mixture of sedatives and anti-anxiety pills. So, sedatives. If you'd miscalculated the dose even slightly, he could have killed you.
Well, they are just sedating this kid and giving him anti-anxiety pills. Oh my god. They literally just said, hey, let's just medicate the crazy out of him.
You don't know why your favorite type of fictional man is doctor, but here we are. I see.
Because he cares about you, about your health, Peachy. He cares about what's inside you. All the blood and guts.
For the time being, stay here and get some rest. I'll find him. Yoshi, you haven't told? The police. Not yet. Normally it makes sense to get them involved, but not under these circumstances. Thank you. Thoughts. Wordlessly, Ryoshi stroked my hair, as a good brother should, then got up and left the room. Battling with the pain and fatigue, I forced myself upright. I looked around for any helpful information, but all I could tell was that I had spent close to 24 hours here in this hospital room. I'd only been treated for my external injuries. No stomach pump that I could see.
Well, yeah. It's not like the drugs were life-threatening. They just had to wait for it to get out of your system. That's it.
Yeah. Plus,
now, if you miscalculated...
Even if they had to pump her stomach, though, why would they keep it there after it's done its job?
Yeah, they would clean it.
Yeah.
Get it ready for the next stomach they have to pump.
Outside the window, the sun was starting to set. I need to find Gretel before it got dark. That way we could go home together.
Girly. Rest.
Spurred forward by impulse, I jumped to my feet.
No, back to the bed.
Who are you, Reikyu? Are you Takumi Nishijo? Because he did the same shit.
Oh yeah, let's go into the woods. You know, where the hoodlums hang out.
Can't. Please.
I don't think this girl is that smart.
Nope. Having managed to escape the hospital, I found myself wandering through the forest. Night had fallen, and all was dark. A distinctly bad feeling descended over me. Hurry, hurry. I have to find him, before Ryoshi does.
Yeah, Ryoshi will kick his ass.
I knew Ryoshi was only worried for her safety, but if he got to Gretel before I did, he would lock him up again. He
Hell yeah, he
drugged
would.
you.
He drugged you, and they've been drugging him for quite a while now.
And this time, I might actually destroy him completely. Just then, I caught a whiff of alcohol in the breeze. Alcohol.
Uh-oh.
But it wasn't just alcohol. There was an indescribably horrid stench mixed in as well.
Cigarettes.
I came to a stop and overheard some voices. Male voices. Sniffling. And very familiar laughter.
I told you! I'm done hitting you! Did you know? The higher the alcohol content, the more flammable the liquid. Want to test it out?
Arson, let's go.
Let's go. Oh, who was that?
I think one of the youths.
Okay.
I could see several figures deep in the woods. Then a tiny orange light flared up, illuminating the very person I had been searching for.
Spooky, we knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah.
Like, damn.
At his feet lay a group of youths, all of them bleeding heavily. I guess we'll be cauterizing their wounds. That's fine.
Yeah, he could be helping them out.
Yeah.
Please, just stop. You've made your point. Never. You demon. You're the demons here. You tried to devour my sister. So now it's time to take the trash to the incinerator. Burn in hell. Maggots!
Stop! Just in the nick of time, I managed to wrap my arms around him from behind.
Choke him out. Sister?
Upon closer inspection, I noticed Gretel was injured in a few areas too. Gretel, you're bleeding. At this, he donned a dashing smile and wiped his bloody cheek with his sleeve.
I wouldn't touch me if I were you. Who knows what manner of awful diseases you might catch from their filthy fluids. Don't worry, we can incinerate all this stinking trash, right here and now.
With that, he moved to light his match. No! I snatched at the matchstick from behind him. I slipped out his fingers and fell to the ground.
What are you doing? You made me waste it! Well, whatever. I have more where that came from.
He pulled out another match. Please, don't do this.
But I already have the match. Don't do what? Don't get justice for you? You have nothing to worry about. I won't make you the villain. I promise.
I'm sorry, everyone. This is all my fault.
Why are you apologizing to these worms, sister? They're the ones who hurt you.
He kicked one of the delinquents lying at his feet.
Because Gretel's a monster. And we knew this from the beginning.
That's enough.
Not even yandere, just psychotic, caught up in his own delusion.
So yandere.
I guess.
I screamed at the top of my lungs. Enough already. Just stop. If you go any further, he'll die. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. Oh, sorry. Excuse me? Who gives a shit if he dies?
Certainly not me.
Certainly not Gretel.
These vermin will never contribute to society. They have no concept of right or wrong. They simply act out on their own desires. They're literally worthless.
Pot calling the kettle black here.
Suddenly, I shook my head. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face.
Why are you defending them? These creatures attacked you, remember? They fairly nearly raped you. They hurt your body and scarred your precious soul. The damage could have been permanent, you know.
But it wasn't. I'm fine now.
Well, I'm not fine! That's why I have a mixture of sedatives and anti-anxiety pills! The thought of my sister's abusers living happily ever after makes me want to puke!
I'm begging you, please, just stop. I just want to go home with you. And if you cross that line,
Sister?
Beretasi slumped his shoulders in defeat.
Ryoshi?
Probably. Gretel. Suddenly, I felt the vibration of it impact against my arms as they clung to Gretel. Yep.
Hey, let's go.
I looked up to find that Roshi had seized Gretel by the collar, his eyes blazing.
Chi-Chi, we shouldn't burn people alive. I mean, yes, they're scum, but they should be in jail. Not in a fire pit.
The hell do you think you're doing? Roshi, my beloved older brother, had punched Gretel.
Yeah, of course.
What the hell are you doing here? I told you to get some rest, damn you.
Well, you would have been too late to the barbecue, buddy, so you're welcome.
I had never seen Roshi this emotional in all my life. I shrank back.
If you're gonna yell at someone, yell at me! She braved these woods in order to find me!
Gretel. Damn it, Gretel. Do you realize what you're about to do? You're about to commit murder.
Yeah, so? Yes, I know. What of it?
I beg your pardon. His matter-of-fact demeanor sent a chill down my spine. Likewise, Roshi seemed to be at a loss for words. Then, after a moment, he turned and approached the thugs on the ground. Screw it. The lecture will have to wait. Hey, you kids okay? Stay with me.
Help!
I'm gonna call an ambulance for you. Seems like you're all still breathing. The delinquents had been rendered immobile, so Roshi tended to them as he prepared to call the hospital.
What are you doing? You don't have to trouble yourself with these worms. Just let nature sort itself out.
Not on your life. Yes, hello. I need an ambulance right away. Right, our current location.
They tried to rape your little sister!
Doesn't mean they deserve to die. Maybe you don't care if they die, but these kids have families.
Family. So I'm worth even less than these maggots. Is that it?
Oof. Gretel.
I mean, that's what it sounds like. After all, I don't have a family.
Let me introduce you to the concept of found family, Gretel.
Yeah. Fucking psychopath.
I didn't need to be clued in either. I always knew we weren't related. Unlike you people, I'm not smart or talented. I'm just a worthless piece of trash. That's why I put so much effort into everything I did. Schoolwork, sports, I did everything I could to win your approval from people as naturally perfect as you.
Gretel.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I knew. I could just tell. Unlike you people, I wasn't skilled or gifted. Be it schoolwork or sports, I quietly put my nose to the grindstone until I got to where I am today. A psychopathic killer. I I just wanted to catch up to my sister, to stay connected with her, so I crafted the perfect little brother. So why? Why are you people trying to destroy that? Sister. 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 You're the one person I can't afford to lose. Please, don't abandon me.
Nancy stood there, crying and covered in blood. I pitied him more than anyone else here.
Run up and kick him in the gut.
My actions had hurt him, and now they caused him to hurt others. I could only think of one way to keep him from hurting even more.
The choice is...
So I reached out and kissed him on the cheek.
Sister.
Then I gently took him by the hand and took off running.
Oi!
Hey, Reikyu! Gretel! I could hear Yoshi calling after us, but he didn't look back. I didn't need any guide points to find my way home. Because to me, that wasn't my home anymore.
On the run with your almost serial killer boyfriend. Wow. Oh, wait. Hansel and Gretel, I get it now.
Oh, yeah.
We're finally coming back to the whole fairy tale part of this game.
The dots are finally connecting again to where they were supposed to be.
Exactly.
The two siblings were lost in the woods, with only moonlight illuminating their path. With no trail of breadcrumbs, they would never find their way home again. Oh, that's kind of cute.
So, where do we go from here?
I don't know. But it'll work out. I'm gonna keep you safe.
Sister.
Just then, a black cat appeared out of nowhere. Swishing her tail as she trotted deeper into the forest. Is she trying to guide us?
No clue.
Every time we approached her, she ran off deeper into the woods. Ultimately, she led us to a small cottage. There, she paused to lounge on the roof for a moment, but when we walked up, she ran off again. What is this place? And so, they arrived at the candy house. Thanks, Wizard.
Did you see the creepy text in the background that said, like, welcome, or welcome sweet home, or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Oh. Gretel. One look at his tears, and the fog cleared from my memories. His actions. My actions. He had thrown himself into the fires of hell just for me.
No, he was willing to go in there by himself, it seems like. Oh, right.
You're the one person I can't afford to lose, sister. Your family was very kind for letting me stay with them. I don't care if they hate me. I don't care if they reject me. But you? I don't want you to throw me away. And yet, every time I look at you, I think to myself, what a delicious morsel. How I wish I could devour her.
Just get fucking consent, I guess, at this point. Jesus.
Like in a vor way, or like a... I'm not going to finish that thought.
Either way, get consent.
Either way, get consent.
If he devoured me, it would mean the end of our relationship as siblings. Yeah, it's been dead.
So that way I got it. So that way, eat her out that way. I mean,
I felt this way for a long time. But I bet you never knew, did you?
Oh yeah, I definitely end your sib relationship here. Like, goddamn.
Or is that why you did all those things? To provoke me? You're such a tease, sister. You're not safe for consumption, and yet you lure me in with your sweet scent. How cruel can you possibly be?
姉さん
I want to feast on you so badly. It's killing me inside.
Okay.
Die faster.
夜中が空いてたまらないんです
I'm starving, sister.
姉さん姉さん僕を拒
But
絶
you
してくだ
have
さ
to
い
reject me, sister.
僕とは血
Someone
がつなが
can't
ってい
be
るから
together because we're
結ばれ
family.
ないんだって姉さん僕を諭し
Talk
てく
me
だ
out
さ
of
い
it, sister.
食べちゃ
Persuade
ダ
me
メだっ
not
て
to.
姉さん姉
Sister,
さん
sister,
姉さん
sister,
僕を
help me.
助けて
Gretel. I was the one making him suffer. This is my punishment for falling in love with the man who is supposed to be my brother.
Now, interesting choice here. Do we tell him or do we refuse him? But it could be some reverse psychology trick because he's like, I can't eat you till you refuse me. On the bright side, I think we're on a pretty good track to getting the right ending.
For better or worse, yes.
For better or for worse.
I think we should pick tell him to eat me because that's at least consent.
Yeah, that is consent. That is true. And that way it's healthier if it's consent.
Mm-hmm.
Not by much. Now you get the sus line, let's go.
Please, just devour me. I had spoken the forbidden words. From the bottom of my heart, I wanted his love.
姉さん
Imagine if Gretel's just like, okay, I'm out.
That would be funny.
Sister.
He pushed me down and kissed me hungrily. At least there's consent this time, so it's all good.
Yeah, at least at least this time it's with consent, so
Yep.
that's
Important.
not as bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a bad situation because like this guy is a potential murderer.
Yeah. Details. His arm slid around my waist, and I felt his hot breath against my neck. And then the ribbon binding my wrists came undone, and I wrapped my arms around him. I feel like it isn't really consent given the whole kidnapping, assault, etc. stuff, but it's better. It's consent, at least in this particular moment.
I was gonna say, like, she's the one that led him to this house, but like everything that happened in the house has been Gretel overreacting, obviously.
Yeah.
So it's not. So he didn't technically kidnap her, but he did hold her against her will. So it's like
Kidnapped,
okay.
held hostage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's at least one charge off his rap sheet.
Yeah.
Another
with
one
money.
added though.
Yeah.
Potential murderer.
As her fingers and legs and tongues intertwined, I could taste the sweet sugar.
姉さんすごく美味しい
All right, that's me. Fuck,
Mhm.
I have to read this.
Yep, you do.
Ugh. I'm gonna barf. Anyway,
Sister, you're so delectable.
I think it's funny that we're both ace in having to read this.
I know it's. I feel nothing. Like it's a cute picture.
Yeah, I guess.
I like the ribbon in her hair.
Yeah. Her dress is cute.
ずっと
Yeah, the outfit's
ずっと
cute.
あなたを
I also feel nothing amazing.
Ace head count.
I've been wanting to have you for so long.
姉さんも
And
僕に
you
食べられ
you
たかった
wanted me to
んです
have
よ
you too, right?
Yeah. I'm very tempted to put my cursor on his butt and click, but I will refrain.
Do it.
Fine.
Do it. Tap that ass. Let's go. He is cute. I'll give him that.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Personality leaves something to be, you know.
Desired, yeah.
Yeah, but like Cute face.
Yeah.
I think being Demi counts in this instance because I also feel nothing. Yeah, let's go.
I just wanted him like he wanted me. And as he consumed me, I consumed him back. I hate this phrasing, but go off, I guess.
Yeah, there's no vor involved.
Or is there?
Maybe they're tones, but like... Anyway.
Can we get rid of this cage, man?
Yeah, why the fuck is this cage here? Is this for like the bad ending? He just like traps you in there and then he just leaves? He's just like, you'll never love me, but you'll never be safe if you go out there. So I'll leave you in this cage forever. And then the wizard comes in and is like, well, you're into some real kinky shit.
I woke to the crackling sound and a weird burnt smell. Gretel? Gretel had vanished. Oh, okay, bye.
Oh, he's doing that thing where he goes off in the woods again.
Yep.
Great.
Smoke poured in through the gaps in the walls. Gretel? Gretel! Frightened, I called for Gretel, but he was nowhere to be seen. Well.
Oh, bad ending.
Well, I guess we were wrong about the cage being used. He's just setting the house ablaze, I guess.
I don't think he meant to set it on fire. I think he just kind of like was cooking breakfast. He's like, fuck, and then just left. You know?
I mean, since we're seeing the wizard, yeah, let's go with that interpretation. He's not coming back, you know. It's you. He just threw himself into the flames.
Wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what the... He burned himself alive?
He told you he didn't want you to... He told you he didn't want to devour you, but you thought only of your pleasure, so you devoured him. Tasty. He must have been so happy to make love to you. I imagine it was quite emotional. But when he awoke, the despair set in. After all, by establishing that physical connection, he had severed your emotional connection. And you were the one who encouraged him to do it. You just wanted to consent, dude. You pushed him in and shut the door behind him. And now, I shall do the same to you. Okay. Thanks, wizard.
Thanks, wizard.
Thanks, wizard.
Fairy tales make the end. Well, at least we know. At least it was very obvious where we fucked up.
I'm just glad we got a bad ending.
Yeah, burn the house down. Let's fucking go. So the correct answer was no, don't devour me.
Yep. Unless this is another situation like with Cinderella.
If it is, we'll look up a guide and we will just speed through all of this.
You can't have me. You haven't earned it.
Sister.
Don't give in to the temptation, Gretel. Be burnt alive if you do. I'll be going hungry, same as you. We're fasting. As much as I crave that sugar, I'll hold myself back.
Oh wait, isn't this how they survive in like the original fairy tale? They just like refuse to eat and then burn the witch alive?
Oh, I think
it's
you're
like
right.
The witch's food has like some sort of like spell over it.
Yeah. And that explains why they burned in the bad ending.
It's like it was based on a fairy tale.
It's easy to forget sometimes, I swear.
Yeah, fairy tales are weird. Oh no, they tricked the witch into checking the oven and shove her in. I know that's like the most common one. I'm talking maybe there's like a Grimm's fairy tale version of it, because I'm pretty sure they eat the fucking witch in the Grimm's fairy tale version.
Anything's possible. And no matter what delicious food you prepare for me, if you're not having any, then neither will I.
Sister.
I'll be whatever you want me to be. A girlfriend, a friend, a sister. I'll put myself to any piece on the chessboard. I'll craft your ideal version of me. And if you so desire, I'll give you all of me. You're my precious baby brother. Your family, Gretel, and I love you.
Right.
You.
Yeah, this still isn't healthy. She's like, I will change everything about myself to be with you, because you changed everything about yourself to be with me. And it's like, no, this is a terrible relationship. They're codependents now.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't possibly feast on my own sister. That would be...
Just then, his hand started to shake, and his breathing grew labored. Gretel, what's wrong? Did the drugs wear off?
Drugs.
Oh. He hastily jumped out of the bed and staggered to the kitchen.
Drugs.
There, he grabbed a certain jar I recognized all too well. Not withdrawal. That's...
This is the candy your brother made just for me. Supposedly eating it will cure my illness. You know that, right?
Roshi, why do you just... Whatever. I mean, he is addicted to cigarettes, so I guess I shouldn't be that surprised.
He's also a doctor in this timeline, so this makes a lot more sense now.
Maybe.
Because, like, we knew they were drugs, but we didn't know where he was getting the drugs. So it's like...
I mean...
Now we know.
No one said he was a doctor, we just kind of assumed that because he showed up with a coat. There's no guarantee he's actually a doctor in this, but, you know...
That's enough credentials in my book.
A coat.
For sexy doctor.
He's got that sexy lab coat on. He's a doctor.
Yeah. Look, I don't need to know if he's actually a doctor or not. All I need to know is if he looks good in one. Dr. Yoshi.
Apparently, I'm not well. Weird, right? I mean, I feel so healthy.
You're not healthy, but okay.
He opened the lid, poured out a bunch of random colors, and popped them all into his mouth at once. You're supposed to take them one at a time, Gretel. Well, no, some doses require 2 pills at a time. Who knows what the dosing? Not me. But he ignored me and swallowed the whole rainbow.
He's
That's
tasting
gay.
the rainbow, Reikyu. Leave him alone.
I know it's too much, but eating them makes me feel secure.
Oh, Gretel.
Do you want some? It might help you feel better.
That's okay, I don't need to be drugged again.
Or would you like me to administer them myself, like I did that one time?
I quietly shook my head.
So you do remember. And here I was trying to help you forget. What a shame.
That's what you dosed me with?
Yeah, no shit.
I looked at the jar.
Indeed. These sweet treats are magical and mysterious. If anyone other than me eats them, their memories get muddled. Weird, isn't it? Hello? Sister, I need you to laugh with me.
Okay, Joker.
I allowed her to try and laugh. I had always faintly suspected him of drugging me, and now here he was, admitting it flat out. I didn't really know how to feel about it.
You're not angry with me?
Still processing, bucko. Do you want me to be angry? He fell silent and averted his gaze. He's so sweet and naive. No, I'm not angry. I'm the one who pushed you to do this. Sometimes intentionally, other times inadvertently. It's not like you brought me here against my will. I came here of my own volition. So what's there to get angry about?
You always have to coddle me, don't you?
I can't help it. I love you.
That's what I'm talking about. You really know how to make me melt.
Into the fire.
Into the fire you go.
Sister, I want you to depend on me. I want you to need me. Let me spoil you until you're utterly helpless without me.
Yes, indeed.
Reikyu! Fine by
break you,
me.
get out of here.
You can lock me up or do whatever you want with me. I'll love you no matter
Awesome.
what.
Awesome, I have a cage right here.
The room was dark. With the curtains closed, I couldn't tell day from night. Only that.
Do not encourage the codependency. Yes, Peachy.
Not only that, but he had taped the edges to the wall, so not even a sliver of light could get through. In here, it was darker than night, as if I was living in a world consumed by darkness.
Yeah, that should do it.
Gretel stood in the center of the darkened room. My eyes hadn't adjusted, so I couldn't see his expression, but his tone was rather upbeat.
Oh,
and be sure to watch your step when you move around. We don't want you to trip and hurt yourself. Although, if you did, I'd just nurse you back to health.
Just moments ago, Gretel was crying, but evidently the candy had kicked in, and now he was back to his usual self. Was I meant to feel relieved or scared? I could no longer tell what the sane reaction was. I was too numb by this point. But now that I had my memories back, I had a clear understanding of Gretel's objective. As he stated earlier, he wanted to coddle me. He tied me up, cut the heat, and blocked out the light in order to remove any agency and shut out the outside world. That way I would be forced to rely on him to survive.
Gross.
Perhaps the best way to put it was, he simply wanted to keep me as a pet.
Gross.
Gross. I mean, sister.
He sat down beside me on the edge of the bed and stroked my hair. I moved to rest my head on his shoulder, but stopped myself. Gretel and I weren't lovers, we were only brother and sister. And I had nearly walked right into his trap.
Let me know if there's anything you want. We have it all. Milk, cocoa, not to mention sweet treats.
I thought it said sweet tarts for a minute.
Let's live like we're in a fairy tale. Just you and me.
And they died from obesity.
Right. With my eyes closed, I couldn't see a thing. But my other senses were heightened, and I could feel him close to me. This happiness was phony, warped, twisted.
Thank you.
But if it still counted as happiness, then maybe a little twist here and there couldn't hurt his account.
No. Go away.
And so we lived happily ever after. That end. Okay, bye.
Alternate bad end?
If only.
Oh, okay, phew.
I thought back to Gretel's emotional outburst earlier. The way he consumed that candy was abnormal, to say the least. It was clearly exceeding the intended dose. His shaking and sweating were obviously symptoms of withdrawal. After he continued consumption, he had built up a tolerance to it. Thus, he needed to eat more and more to achieve the same effect. And now he had lost control. A familiar story.
Yeah.
Gretel's dependence on the sugar had driven him into sweet madness. Hey, Gretel. What if it's actually a placebo?
Like, yeah, what if we went home? No, it's not a placebo, because, like...
It would be funny, though, if he was just sugar pilled the entire time.
Oh my god, a sugar pill the entire time. That would be hilarious. Unfortunately, we actually do know that those drugs are real, because Riku suffered the effects of them. What if it was a placebo? He's just batshit crazy. That'd be funny. Honestly. I don't believe it, but it'd be funny.
Yeah. I fixed him with a probing look. My eyes had finally adjusted to the darkness, and now I could see not just the outline of his face, but his expression as well.
What is it? Do you need something?
I want a sweet treat.
You do?
He seemed a bit taken aback. No surprise there, of course. After all, he'd only just revealed to me that his treats would muddle my memories.
Okay then. Any request?
Gretel rose to his feet and headed for the kitchen.
Bolt.
As I watched him go, I answered with, "I'll eat anything you make." It was something of a stock reply at this point. In the darkness, Gretel set about making me a sweet treat per my request. But of course, he did like to see what he was doing, so he had lit an alcohol burner. Meanwhile, I watched his every move. The way he wouldn't lace the food without me knowing. That way, rather. But at no point did this seemingly occur. Granted, my view of his hands was limited, and soon the dessert was ready.
Hi.
Here you are!
He offered it to me, and I let him put it in my mouth. I chewed slowly, savoring it, then finally swallowed. Yummy. As far as I could tell, it was a sweet treat and nothing more. In fact, I was starting to question whether he added anything at all.
I told you, my treats have the power to muddle your memories, right?
Yep.
Aren't you scared?
Nope. His lips twisted in a defeated smile.
You really drive me crazy sometimes.
I'm pretty sure you're already there, buddy.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
At this, I knew my suspicions were correct. He hadn't laced my food with anything at all. It was just a dessert. While my memories were indeed hazy in the beginning, that effect had faded over the past few days. His candies were by no means endless. It would run out eventually. Factoring the amount he used on me, he was going to burn through it very soon. The jar was already at just 1/3 of its capacity. He probably wanted to conserve as much as possible in order to keep himself stable, so he reduced my allotment to 0. Sugar-free, 0 calories. I could eat as much as I wanted, I'd never go mad. The thing is, Gretel, I love you no matter who you are.
Even if I'm a villain?
Yep.
Or a nutcase?
I'll still love you. I answered without a single second of hesitation.
Well, he's both.
You didn't even stop to think about it either. Maybe you're the nutcase.
Both of you.
Both of you are pretty batty.
I smiled in spite of myself. You're just so incredible. You care about me. You always do your best to look out for me. I can be prouder to call you my brother.
Sister.
But you shouldn't eat too much candy. Right now, you're in danger of overdosing. You could die, Gretel.
I know. You can't just go cold turkey.
Then pace yourself. Then ease up off them a little at a time. I knew putting him through candy withdrawal would only make him suffer more. But if you reduce his intake little by little, perhaps his body could adapt. Truth be told, he was better off consulting Roshi about this stuff, but that wasn't feasible right now. So I guess Roshi actually is a doctor.
Haha, let's go.
It's hard to tell. He could just be a pharmacist.
Yeah, he could be. Either way, he knows about drugs.
He has a lab coat, and that's what matters.
Yeah, he has a lab coat. Therefore, he knows about drugs.
We had sacrificed a lot to come this far. We weren't abandoned by our family. We abandoned them.
Don don don.
Dots. Oh.
Oh, okay, here we go. It's time for the fun part of the stream.
My beloved sister lay asleep beside me. She was all snuggled up against me, possibly due to the cold. I prodded her cheek. She squirmed and let out a tiny groan. I poked her again and she pulled the covers up over her head. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. I dearly loved getting a reaction out of her. The more I teased her, the more reactions I get. It made me want to tease her even more. I cupped her cheek in my hands and found her skin colder than I was expecting. Strange, since every part pressed against me was practically on fire. Or was it me that was burning up? I wrapped my arms around her in an embrace. Her slow, rhythmic breaths tickled my neck, and I could feel her chest pressed up against mine. I let out a long sigh. I wanted to touch her perfect porcelain skin. I've wanted to bury my face in her slender neck and kiss her red lips. This was a trap. I could crush her beneath my feral instincts, but then I'd lose the very thing that mattered to me most. And that was what scared me more than anything else. Dumbass. I whispered in her ear. As I pulled away from her, I was suddenly gripped with frustration and anxiety, so I jumped out of bed and ate some of the candy out of the jar. I could hear my sister's voice in my head telling me not to eat them. But I choked down that phantom with the rest of the sugar. My flat, emotionless laugh echoed through the quiet room. Then I fell to my hands and knees. Sister. Sister. Sister.
It's so normal.
I know, right?
You're my only family. We may not be related by blood, but you're still my sister. And I can't consume you. With her delectable body, she was practically begging me to do it. Nope.
That's not how you get consent.
That's not how you get consent, buddy. You gotta get the consent first. But the instant I did, I would lose my sister. What a wicked witch she was. I could never rebel against her. If I tied her up, blinded her eyes, and gagged her mouth, if I took everything from her, would I finally be free? Could I keep her as my sister? Literally just existing. I looked at the jar next to me. Soon, it would be empty. How many days did I have left? I knew full well that this happiness would never last. Right now, I could control myself with candy, but what would happen to me once it ran out?
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know. Maybe I would stop thinking rationally. Maybe I would turn into a demon and devour my sister. I needed to get more candy. Somehow. And I knew where to find it. But if Ryoshi caught me, he would take me away from my sister again. Sure, I could go without seeing her for a while if I had to, but in the worst case scenario, he might kill me.
That would be hypocritical, though.
That would be awesome. That'd be a great way to end this.
Either way, I didn't have a choice. I had to do it.
What are you going to do the next time you need candy? Wizard. Hi, Wizard.
Why, hello there. Good day to you. Or is it night?
He appeared practically out of thin air. I glared at him. Here in this dark void, he was only a shadow. This was the witch's familiar, the black cat who had led us here. What do you want?
No, good grief. Relax, will you? I mean, you know harm.
No, I'm literally crazy. I didn't know what he was planning, so I needed to keep my guard up around him.
I'm not planning anything. The wizard is merely a pawn, simultaneously the most handy as well as the most useless. I merely played my part as the witch's familiar, leading the two of you home. So how's your quarantine with your beloved big sister going? Now that the honeymoon period is over, are you enjoying the rest of the fairy tale?
Oh yes, we're having a gay old time in here.
No comment.
Pretty sure it's Old English gay. That means
Yeah,
happy.
I know, but still.
But I'm like, bro, you're not gay.
Pretty straight happenings are happening here.
Yeah, pretty straight things are happening.
I'm glad to hear it. How to try to make sure you both have all the food and clothing you need after all. Ah, I see.
So he set up the place.
And I granted your other wish too.
Not sure if I remember that. I averted my eyes.
Sure you do. Remember what you asked of me. While I'm away, I'm waiting to turn up at the house and tempt her.
That sounds nothing like me. Knock it off.
So at your request, I revealed myself to her. You know, for someone who claims to love her, you sure don't trust her, do you?
Damn straight.
You're scared. What if sister abandons me? What if she doesn't need me? So you tested her. You bullied her, pranked her, lied to her. But she didn't leave. I knew I could count on my sister. She's my hero.
I'm getting sick and tired of your stupid riddles. What do you want? Spit it out already. Unable to suppress my irritation, I snapped at him.
Imagine how disgusted your sister would be if she knew the real you. Rattle, were you always this ugly deep down?
Yes.
Enough! She's in the room!
You act like a perfect student, but on the inside you're a monster. Not to mention a junkie. A violent, unstable problem child, as a hunter would say.
The next thing I knew, I was swinging my fist.
Whoa there.
But he dodged easily. Should have known the pitch darkness would hinder me.
Come now. Don't fly off the handle at me.
Oh, you missed something.
Yeah. Besides, you might wake your precious elder sister,
I glanced over at her. She hadn't moved an inch. The sight filled me with relief. I let out a long breath and stared into the abyss. I'm too busy to play any more of your little games. Run along home, please.
Because you're worried about running out of candy. Oh, Gretel, you poor unloved child. You just wanted something of your own. You wanted to have a fairy tale life with your sister, to protect those gleaming jewel eyes from would-be thieves. My sister is perfect. My sister is beautiful, smart, and competent. She's my role model. I believed in our blood ties.
Double quotations, let's go.
But you were mistaken. When you learned the truth, did you mourn, or did you sell?
Shut up!
Gretel, if you want me to, I can give you the candy.
As he spoke, he produced a full jar of candy seemingly out of nowhere. That's my candy!
But it will come at a price. Give and take, my friend. If you want the goods, you gotta pay.
It felt pointless to ask him how he knew about the candy, or where he'd gotten his paws on it. After all, there were bigger questions on the table, such as why no one had managed to find us. More than a week has passed since we first arrived here. What was everyone else doing? Surely they would have come looking for us by now, and we weren't that well hidden. Yet our only visitor thus far was the wizard.
Nuts.
I didn't know what he was planning. What was his goal in letting us take shelter in here? What magic was keeping the rest of the world at bay? Frankly, none of it mattered. Yeah, that's right. I knew he was manipulating me, and I was manipulating him right back. What do you want?
I want those gleaming jewels. If you will give up what you love most, then I'll give you your sweet treat.
Did he do it? Born to a high-class family, I never had to go without. Anything I wanted, I got. Fancy clothes, tasty food, a dazzling reputation, and even the warmth of love. But I knew my family's situation was different from the norm. My older sister and I lived in a house in the countryside together, just the two of us. Our parents had their own place in the big city where they worked. Maybe other people would see this as a scandalous ways to raise your children, but we were all okay with it, so in my view, it was perfectly fine. Besides, they gave us a hefty allowance and always made sure to visit us a few times per month when they had time off. I didn't resent them. In fact, I was extremely grateful.
You have a weird way of showing it.
After all, thanks to them and their prestigious careers, I lived better than the majority of my peers. But though I appreciated them, my concern was tenuous at best, and I had no special memories of them. To me, I guess you could say they felt less like parents and more like benefactors. No surprise there, of course. All the love and discipline a child would normally receive from their parents was instead administered by my sister. She cooked for me. She helped me with my homework. She looked after me. Whenever we shared a dessert, she would always give me the bigger piece. She praised all my smallest accomplishments. She gave me everything I ever wanted. With her around, I didn't miss our parents. My sister was exceptionally gifted. She excelled at everything she tried, and she got top marks in every subject despite seemingly never needing to study.
Saki, real question here. Were you that kid that had to study real hard or not study at all?
Not study at all. I never studied.
Same. Fuck studying, man. It's such a waste of time.
Not only that, but she was beautiful, cheerful, and a social butterfly. She always took center stage. She had the ability to succeed without ever putting in any real effort in. To me, she was worth her weight in jewels. And I respected her from the bottom of my heart. By the way, Reikyu, I gave your eyes to some wizard.
Oh boy.
I wanted to be in her league, so I struggled to be every bit as perfect as she was. Be it schoolwork or sports, I worked hard to ensure I was number one. I was diligent, composed, and perfectly polite. I was a cut above the rest, which is why I looked down on everyone. Fuck you, small people. And my sister seems to love this about me. She'd always smile and say, "You're so amazing, Gretel." And each time, I'd tell myself that I was worthy of her. And yes, I carried the same blood in my veins. I was born to an exemplary family, So clearly I must be exemplary too. That's what was I told myself. Blah, 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 blah. Then one day, I was strolling down an empty hallway. I'd stay at school later than usual to run an errand for my teacher. I let out a sigh. Hey, Hades. What's up?
Hi, Hades.
As a model student, everyone was always turning to me for help. My teachers and classmates were all totally helpless without me. I couldn't stand it. I wasn't completely miserable here at this school, but I was growing tired of it. Ideally, I wanted to attend college with my sister. I wanted to sit in the same classroom with her, listen to the same lectures as her, attend the same events as her, and walk to and from school with her.
Well, you got that last one.
I knew it was a pipe dream, of course. But it was by no means impossible to achieve. And as long as there was even a tiny chance, I couldn't let go. I wanted nothing more than go home, eat my sister's cooking, and have her helping with my homework. As I passed by a classroom, however, I caught a whiff of the world's most nauseating scent. Instantly, my good mood was spoiled, and I let out another sigh. One of the other students was smoking a cigarette. He was a notorious delinquent who spent his time running with the wrong crowd instead of attending school. Riffraff, if you ask me. And he's gonna beat him up.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to interact with him, but we had already made eye contact, so I didn't have a choice. Are you even old enough to be smoking those? At my question, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, dropped the cigarette to the floor, and crushed it under his heel. This infuriated me, but I limited myself to just a glare. Not wanting to get involved any further, I hastily packed up my things so I could get away from him, but then I heard him snicker. I heard you're not really related. Huh? Everybody knows it. You were adopted. They still let you live with your sister unsupervised, huh? A guy and a girl living under the same roof. Bow chicka wow wow.
Well, Peachy, they made it seem like it was fairly obvious, and even Reikyu has acknowledged that it's not the best kept secret. So he probably had plenty of time to figure it out. Delinquent just gave it to him first, honestly. Ah, fair, yeah.
Instantly, I felt a murderous impulse flare up, but I quickly thought better of it. I couldn't stoop to this idiot's level. I had more self-respect than that, and better things to do with my free time. But I couldn't stop my hands from balling into fists. Then, as I kept my back turned, he said something he really shouldn't have. I bet you jack off to your sister's naked body every night, don't you? You sick freak.
Yeah, that's over the line.
Before I even knew what I was doing, I had hurled a chair in his direction.
Understand.
Yeah, that's
a nice day.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this kid deserves it. Fuck
Yeah,
this guy.
had it coming.
Excuse me? Want to say that again? The moment he flinched, I dove at him. We both crashed to the ground, taking some desk with us. Then I climbed on top of him and punched him again and again and again. With each blow, there was a dull thud as the impact made my whole arm tingle. Stop! bleeding profusely from his broken nose, he begged for mercy. But it was too little, too late. I was gonna make sure he never made a comment like that ever again. That's enough! The next thing I knew, a teacher rushed in and put me in a full Nelson. Man, these characters all know how to do the full Nelson, huh? Meanwhile, the creepy who insulted me and my sister was now crying and bleeding all over the place.
Please.
Peachy, you and me, same mind. Let's go.
How pathetic. Normally, he acted like he was so much better than these authority figures, but now here he was begging for their help. Fortunately, I could still move my feet, so when he reached his hand out, I stomped on it mercilessly.
I'm starting to know if the game writers know what a full Nelson is. It's where you hook them by their armpits and then you put your arms behind their neck, right? And then you push down to restrain them. Is that a full Nelson or is that a half Nelson?
Half Nelson is a Nelson hold that uses only one arm to control an opponent's arm and head, as opposed to the full Nelson, which uses both arms.
Oh, okay. So full Nelson is you hook them underneath their armpits to control their arms, and then you grab on behind their neck so you can control their head.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was right. Yes.
Yeah, one or both arms are used to encircle the opponent's arm under the armpit and secure to the opponent's neck.
Yeah, I knew it. You ever been in one of those?
No.
It's really hard to get out of.
I imagine that's the point of the hold.
Exactly. See, you get it.
As his screams echoed through the empty classroom, I thought to myself, serves you right.
Yeah.
I mean, it does, but damn, you went a little too far there.
Good luck with that, Hades. I don't know how else to respond to that.
Yeah, good luck.
I'm so terribly sorry.
School contacted not my sister, but my older brother.
I mean, who's the one in his 20s, not her.
I was gonna say, he's the adult here.
Since our parents lived out of town and he was the oldest, he was listed as the primary point of contact, as he should be.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't like him very much at all. He never let me get away with anything. Unlike our parents, he worked locally, and although he didn't live with us, he still occasionally turned up on our doorstep to criticize our lifestyle. Unlike our sweet, thoughtful sister, he was cold and distant with me while you pull shit like this, so... Frankly, I found him highly unpleasant to be around, and I'm pretty sure the feeling's mutual. He was a hindrance to my happy life with my sister. He smacked me over the head and told me to apologize to my victim, his parents, and the teachers. He clearly didn't care about my feelings whatsoever. But if my sister were here, she would have asked me why I did what I did, and then she would have stood up for me.
Coddling, yes.
Mm-hmm.
We agreed, that's how we got here in the first place.
Suspended for 2 weeks. That was my punishment.
Is really not going to school a punishment, though?
Yeah.
Actual talk here. Is not going to school actually a punishment? Or is it more like a punishment for the parents so they get their kid in line for 2 weeks?
I mean, I guess it depends situationally, because... yeah, it really depends on the situation.
I think it's more like punishing the parents, because it's like, oh man, your kid's such a fucking mess. Here's 2 weeks to straighten them out.
But at the same time, though, if kids get to be like that, there could be at an unsafe home situation, so not being allowed to go to school could be a punishment.
moving on. But I didn't really object to this decision. Yeah, no shit, you have 2 weeks off. While he was the one who started it, I clearly let my emotions get the better of me. That much I sorely regretted. If I was gonna cross that line, I could have done a lot better. Oh, right, you're a psychopath. Forgot about that. I could have made sure no one would find out about it. The way I wouldn't have been punished at all. But alas, it was too late. My only option was to avoid making the same mistakes in the future. He's learning from his crimes, at least.
Not the way he should be, but yes.
Yeah, problem child, baby. Let's go. I love that sip emote. It's so cute. Besides, if I was going to be stuck at home, it would be more time to spend with my sister. She is not off for 2 weeks. You're off for 2 weeks. This is a much more efficient use of my time compared to wasting on those idiots at school, and I couldn't ask for anything more. And then Ryoshi comes in. Okay, you're going to get in the white cage in the middle of the woods. I'm not going to reward you like this. While I was at home, I could get ahead on all my schoolwork, and that'd show them. Suddenly I was brimming with motivation, but right as I tried to go home to my little sister, a demon stepped into my path. Hi, Ryoshi.
I see you're smiling. What's so funny?
Nothing?
You hurt someone today. You do regret your actions, right?
Of course.
Look, Gretel.
What is it?
Gretel, I think you need some time to cool down.
Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean? My brother sighed and shook his head. According to him, wailing on an opponent who couldn't fight back was problematic behavior.
Because it is.
It is. Personally, I thought skipping school, smoking in the classroom, and sexual harassment were all far more problematic than anything I had done. So I told him that.
Now you're placed to punish him.
Yeah. But my brother stubbornly refused to acknowledge my opinion. He tried to claim that I lacked ethics and morals. What are those? Then he tried to take me to not the house where my sister was waiting for me, but some cabin in the woods. He was always like this. He didn't treat me like a little brother. He treated me like a crazy person. He thinks I'm crazy.
I've already run it past our parents.
Damn, you were fast. What about sister?
Haven't told her. I already know she'd be against it.
That's fair. Once again, my sister was the only person I could trust. But she wasn't here. The demon grabbed my arm and tried to drag me away. No! Let me go! Let me go!
You're coming with me, Gretel.
No! I don't want to go!
Gretel.
Yes, the consequences of my actions, and I hate it. As I struggled, my sister turned up right in the nick of time. My savior. My holy mother. Sister, help me! Please help me! I reached out to her, but the demon ripped us apart. Let me out of here! Let me out, god damn it! The demon locked me up in a shack in a stark white room. No matter how much I pounded on or kicked out the door, it refused to budge. I want to go home! My sister! She's waiting for me! But no matter how much I screamed, no one came to save me. Stop! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Instead, they forced me out of my street clothes into a hospital gown, then belted my arms and legs to the bed. Don't touch me! Sister! Sister! Save me! It was humiliating. Every waking moment was supervised and micromanaged. I'm not crazy!
Debatable.
Mm-hmm.
When I tried to protest by refusing to eat my food, I hit it with an IV in my arm.
Yeah.
Yep. That's how that goes.
Banana bag.
I hate this. Sister. Under the effects of the medicine, I slowly lost the energy to fight or even think.
Drugs.
The next day, my parents came to visit. After a long, harsh lecture about violence, they gave me a hug. But I felt nothing. A lot like how all of us felt nothing at that earlier CG. No matter what pretty words they had to offer me, it didn't change the fact that they had consented to me being locked up in here. They had abandoned me. When they asked me if I needed anything, I said I wanted to see my sister, but this wish was not granted. Sister, 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 sister. She was the only person on this earth who truly cared about me. She understood me. She was my only family. And at this rate, it was possible I would never see her again.
Yeah.
I wanted to avoid that at any cost. But how could I get home? Eventually, I decided I would pretend to obey them. I swallowed everything they gave me and never disobeyed. Everything I did, all of it was for sister.
No, it'd be a
I am led
correct
to-
assumption, Hades.
No, Hades, you are 100% correct. So, this entire thing, ever since we entered the cabin, he's been restraining her, basically doing everything that the medicine people have been doing to him, but in like microdoses. Restraining her, gave her a medicine that fuddled her memories, and then just super creepy.
Bad shit.
Batshit crazy shit. But you might have missed a lot of that, honestly.
Which could be for better or worse.
Yes. It's not great. Luckily, I think we're almost done.
Yeah, I hope so.
I looked down at the pills in my hand and imagined they were candies from my beloved sister. No matter how disgusting they tasted, I would happily eat a gift from her. After that, sure enough, I was finally allowed to see my sister. But as happy as it made me, I was too lethargic to express my feelings. My sister seemed deeply concerned about me.
Riddle, is there anything you need? Anything I could do for you?
I slowly shook my head. No, not in particular. As long as she was with me, I didn't need anything else.
Riddle.
I could tell she wanted to console me, to cheer me up. And then I drugged her.
Don't cry, okay?
Don't...
I'm here for you. Don't read my lines either.
I wasn't trying to. Sister...
I'll protect you, I promise.
Only in my sister's warm embrace did I finally feel at peace. I'm also batshit insane! When I returned home, the person who claimed to be my father said the whole family would live together for the time being. When I asked, "What about your job?" he said, "I'll figure something out. You're more important right now. I'm sorry I haven't been around more." I was so annoyed. It was getting in the way of my peaceful life with my sister. Yeah, he's pretty much disowned his parents at this point. She was my family, not these other people. So when Ryoshi was talking about, like, you're his family, like, we're not his family, you're his family, he knows what's going on. He knows what's going on. Yeah. Again, just another instance where we should listen to Ryoshi.
Yeah, right? God. Did you read this?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I said that out loud, I get thrown right back out of this house, and I couldn't risk that. So instead, I quietly accepted it. I needed to go back to acting like the perfect son. No, I needed to be even more perfect. Besides, I knew my parents would go back to the city sooner or later. They were all talk. If it came down to a choice between me or their jobs, I knew I didn't stand a chance. But I didn't mind. I was fine with it. At least that way things could go back to normal. The only person I needed was my sister. As for my sister, she stayed home with me for the rest of my suspension. When I asked her about college, she simply smiled and said, "I'm staying right here with you." I was so happy to know I was her top priority. After spending time apart from her, I made some important discoveries. I've realized exactly how much I need her. And I realized how she saw me. During my suspension, she offered to tutor me, same as usual, but I declined. Truth be told, I wanted her to teach me all kinds of things, but if I'd let her, we end up right back to where we were before. And for her sake, I needed to change, bit by bit. Good, but could you do that in a positive way? She was always kind to me. But if she ever truly lost faith in me, I would lose my place in this family. I would lose everything. So I couldn't just mooch off her kindness. If anything, I needed her to depend on me. Ideally, to the point that she couldn't function without me. I wanted her to need me as badly as I needed her. That's called codependency. Fucking toxic as hell. That way I could ensure she would never turn against me. That way I would never be abandoned. That way I would never be rejected. But apparently, I wasn't the only one who changed. After my 2-week suspension was up, I went to school to find that everyone looked at me differently. Shock, yeah. All the teachers and classmates who once sang my praises now avoided my gaze and kept me at arm's length. Yeah, that tends to happen when you beat up a kid mercilessly. Blah, 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 blah. Evidently, I was now on par with that delinquent. How revolting. These people didn't know the first thing about what happened that day. As if these worthless worms could possibly comprehend how I feel. I ate some candy to suppress my anger, then read my textbooks between class. As I grew calmer, I started to think maybe I should have acted out a lot sooner. That way I wouldn't have been forced to humor these plebeian creatures all this time.
Oh, hi, Gretel.
姉さん
Hi, sister. After school, I found my sister waiting for me by the front gates. She stood out like a sore thumb, and I was surprised to see her there.
I thought I'd come get you. Let's go home.
Although she didn't say it directly, I could tell she was worried about me. I cursed myself for troubling her, but deep down, I was delighted. Suppressing my feelings, I remained outwardly calm and accepted her proposal. On the way home, she asked me about my day, so I lied and said everything was fine. I didn't tell her, or my parents, how people were treating me at school. I could dress it up by saying I didn't want them to worry, or something, but really, I was just ashamed of it. I would have rather offed myself than admit I was being ostracized. Incidentally, rumor had it that my victim had since become a shut-in. Serves him right as far as I was concerned. But at the same time, I envied him. Unlike me, that piece of trash had real, biological parents who loved him and refused to abandon him no matter what. God, it pisses me off. I believe everyone else could tell how people are treating him at school. Yeah, of course, like everyone. Typically they don't. Typically, I guess Reikyu does go to his school to pick him up.
Yeah.
But it's not like she like talks to people. She just kind of like smiles and waves at people as they pass by.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I had a mood swing, I ate some candy. The more I ate, the more addicted I got. So it is Adderall. Oh wait, it is some of it is anti-anxiety, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh, this is not a great story for anyone.
Mm-mm.
It's super interesting, but like from like a character perspective, you know?
Yeah.
Sure enough, once my parents had decided that things had settled down, they went back to the city. Now the only people left in my house were me, my sister, and my brother. But once my brother saw I was behaving like a good boy, he went back to his own house nearby. At last, I could have my sister all to myself. On the surface, things had gone back to normal, but it wasn't quite the same. From the bottom of my heart, I wish we could stay like this forever. Uh-oh, yeah, Hades. Time flew by, and soon 6 months had passed since the incident. The two of us had gone back to our happy life together. By this point, I had learned how to handle my sister. Drugs. I needed to get aggressive and take the initiative. A little salt to enhance the sweetness.
今日僕
A girl in my class confessed to me today.
告白されたんだ
Confessed what?
好きです付き合ってく
Her
ださいって
feelings for
いう
me.
やつです
Asked me out. That kind of thing.
Oh, huh. Cool. Wait, is that why you were late leaving school today?
はい放課後に
Yeah,
呼び出されまし
actually.
た
She had asked to meet me after school. None of this was true. No one would have dared to ask me out prior to my little incident, and that was doubly true now. But my sister didn't know this, so she took me at my word and frowned.
That's...
姉さんと違って可愛い子でした。
Unlike you, she's very cute,
いかにも守ってあげたくなるみたいな。
kind of girl that invokes a protective instinct.
Hmm.
でも、
But I turned her down.
What? You did? How come?
This time her voice went up an octave as her eyes widened. Silly girl.
スイーツと同じですよ。
It's like with desserts. The more delicacies you consume, the more refined your palate becomes. Eventually, your standards will no longer be satisfied with the ordinary.
満足できなくなる。
Okay.
姉さんと一緒にいると
After spending time with you, my standards have risen considerably.
Wait, so... So you turned her down because she doesn't measure up compared to me?
I almost laughed out loud at her arrogance, but the fact remained she was right. So I rose to my feet, pinched her nose, and scowled.
Gah.
だから言ったんですよ。
This is exactly why I called you a dumbass!
Gretel.
Her jewel eyes sparkled brighter and brighter. They say love is blind, but frankly, I was surprised my perfect sister was still naive enough to believe some guy's lies. Guys, lies, guys, lies, guys, lies. That's a fun phrase to say. I had long since realized that my sister's love for me was romantic. The way she looked at me, and the way she behaved when I was around, all of it suggested that she was in love with me. It was clear from the way she overreacted to everything I said or did. Thank you for the contribution, Haiti Belts. I don't know what we're gonna get out of that, but
No one knows, not even me.
no one knows. Not even Sakyu. And of course, I was sincerely delighted that she felt this way about me. None of the other girls could possibly hold a candle to her. Compared to my sister Sparkle, the other jewels were mere pebbles. That said, I couldn't very well encourage her crush. The second I reciprocated, we would stop being brother and sister. As her brother, I maintained a tenuous connection to her Sparkle. And if I stopped being her brother, that connection would be severed. That said, I couldn't let some other guy have her either. I didn't want her to be vulnerable around other men the way she was with me. The thought made me realize how relieved I was to have her romantic interest. I wanted her to stay in love with me forever. But the happy times were fleeting, like a phantom, and they swiftly came to an end. One day, after school, I found my sister surrounded by human garbage. So I ran right over to put a stop to it. My sister had reached out and touched the maggot's face! She was so clueless. She had no idea that even her smallest action would have a massive impact on those worthless subhuman creatures. But when it rains, it pours, as they say. When we got home, my least favorite person, my brother, was waiting for us. He warned me not to overdose on candy, but I ignored him. Maybe he should have thought of that before he prescribed it to me.
So
Doctor,
Doctor,
pharmacist, let's go.
Yeah.
Why did these people infuriate me so? A short while later, another incident occurred. It happened on the day my sister decided not to walk me to school. That morning when she gave me my packed lunch, she told me she wanted us to walk home separately from now on too. Evidently, she mistakenly thought I found it suffocating. Who could have put that thought idea in her head? Was it Wolfie, that nosy creep? I wanted to roll my eyes, but instead I remained calm.
Gretel.
赤ずきんさん
Red Riding Hood? That night, I found an unusual visitor standing outside my house.
何してるんですか
What are you doing here? It was very peculiar to see him here.
別に何も
No, nothing.
He averted his gaze and hurried off. I found it suspicious, but decided to shrug it off. What the? In the living room, I noticed the first aid kit sitting on the table. Oh, Red. You fucked up. My heart pounded in my chest. I could tell that someone had used some of our disinfectant and gauze. Sister? I looked up at the ceiling. Her shoes were sitting on the shoe rack, so I knew she was here. Did she take a bath? The faint scent of soap lingered in the room. Oh, he's gonna think that Red did it. I peered into the bathroom. No one was inside, but I found my sister's clothes. I picked them up and noticed they had been covered in dirt stains. Sirens blared in my mind. Not like this. Yes, not like this, Hades. Don't worry, Red wasn't the one. She got jumped by gangsters and they did not finish, if that helps. But they did beat the shit out of her. I hurried upstairs just as my sister walked out of her room. Sister, what's... As soon as I laid my eyes on her, my voice faltered. Her beautiful face was all banged up, and it hurt to look at. Oh, cool, so we can feel empathy, just for pain. Eh? Saki, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool, I just want to make sure. What happened to your face?
I will say that the game doesn't proceed on its own. I do have to click.
I know. I know. I was just wondering, I was making sure your mic wasn't muted. Because
I just have nothing to say. I want this over.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
True.
It's been a long 5 hours. With this, I tripped and fell.
She answered in a playful tone. I could tell it was forced. There's a lot to go over for this. She always did this when she was trying to hide something. Did someone hurt you?
Nope.
She shook her head. I noticed she was carrying a large suitcase. She must have been planning to sneak away somewhere behind my back. You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Sister! I was sick of her trying to play dumb, so I raised my voice. She flinched.
It's nothing, okay?
Then she wrapped her arms around me. Sister.
There's nothing to worry about.
I put my hands on her shoulder and pushed her away.
Gretel?
Then I grabbed her arm and pushed her down on the bed so she couldn't bolt.
Gretel, wait.
Oh, Peachy, we've seen this scene before, and now we're just seeing it from the other perspective. Pinning her beneath me, I started my inspection. Her cheek. Her arms. Her palms. Don't worry, Hades, it doesn't go anywhere. It does get really creepy, but it doesn't go where you think it's going. And lastly, her thighs.
Yeah.
Each time I touched her, she squirmed. I knew it! Someone attacked you! Your cheek is completely swollen, and your arms and legs are all scraped up. Plus, I can see finger-shaped bruises on your wrist and... I yanked up her top. A big red bruise had formed on her skin.
全部
These injuries are all proof that you were struck.
Thoughts?
されたんですか
Did they force themselves on you?
No.
誰かにレイ
Did
プ
they
され
rape
たん
you?
ですか
No, I wasn't raped. I wasn't. I'm fine.
なら何をされたんですか
Then what did they do to you? Why did they do this to my sister?
I brought it upon myself. That's all.
自業自得って何
Brought
で
it
すか
upon yourself? What's that supposed to mean?
優秀な姉さんが自業自得
You would never make that kind of mistake.
そんな
You're
ことある
too
わけ
smart
ない
for that.
I'm not as perfect as you think I am, Gretel.
Don't give me that. If you're not perfect, then what does that make me? Trash?
なんで
Why won't you just tell me what happened?
赤ずきんさんには言ったん
You
です
told Red Riding Hood, right?
あの人には言えて
Why is it you could tell
僕には
him
言
but
えない
not
理
me?
由って何ですか
It's not that.
何が違うんです
Then
か
what is it?
He is the trash man, though.
僕
Is
の
it
せいで
me?
姉さんが
Is it my fault this happened to you? Is that why you
姉
won't?
さんは
No.
なら言ってください
Then tell me!
僕の
If you care about me as much as you claim to, then tell me what
正
happened and
直
who
に言っ
did
てくだ
this!
さい
Don't lie to me!
On my way home, a stranger tried to pull me into their car, but Red rescued me. Oh, Hades, you watch Spy Family, right? He has the same voice actor as Lloyd.
Yeah.
本当に
Is that true? Yes, you have the same voice actor as Lloyd from Spy Family.
Yes.
ならなぜすぐ
Then why
警
didn't you go
察に
straight
行
to
か
the
なかったんで
police
す
or
か
the hospital for a voice actor?
病院にも
I don't know, man.
I did. See? I'm all patched up.
She smiled and gestured to the gauze.
嘘だ
You're lying!
No, I.
救急箱にあったガー
I
ゼと
noticed
消
there's
毒
less
液が
gauze
入
and
っていました
disinfectant in the first aid kit.
Mm.
Now that we know it's out in the open, that makes a lot more sense that he would notice it.
Yeah, and then he,
使わないでください
saw Red outside of the house, too.
Yeah.
Please, don't lie to me. My voice shook. No, not just my voice. My whole body was shaking.
Gretel.
My sight blurred. A single drop fell onto her shapely chest.
Unnecessary adjective, but okay.
I was gonna say, don't describe your sister like that, you freak.
She reached out to touch my cheek. But I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed her outstretched hand and kissed it.
姉さん
Sister,
姉さん
sister,
姉さん
sister, sister.
姉さんかわいそうな姉さん
My poor, sweet
こ
sister.
んなにボロボロにさ
Look
れ
what
て
they have done to you. But it was agony, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
怖かったですよ
Terrifying, wasn't it?
なのに
I should have been there for you.
僕が
But
助
I
けてあげら
wasn't.
れなくて
I'm so sorry.
ごめんなさい姉さん
Sister. I held her and sobbed. She put her arms around me and held me back. My dear, angelic sister. She had suffered far worse than I had. She was in physical pain, and yet she still put me first. How could I possibly make it up to her? Oh. After a long moment, I got up. I had a job to do. I am the knight. Fortunately, I had brought the jar of candy with me just in case.
姉さん
Sister,
これを
here, eat this.
これを食べ
Let's
てくだ
erase
さい
all those awful memories.
Gretel?
I picked out 2 candies and brought them to her mouth. She shook her head, refusing. So I spoke to her gently to avoid frightening her.
大丈夫です
Don't worry.
少しの
We're
間
just gonna sleep for a while.
眠っていても
That's
らう
all.
だけですから。
I didn't have time for a long, involved conversation. So I put the candy in my mouth and kissed her. She put up a fight, but I pushed her tongue out of the way and forced the candy in. Even after she swallowed them, the sweet taste lingered, and I dearly wanted to share it with her.
Gretel.
It was my first kiss. My sister's face turned red, and her chest started to heave, possibly from the lack of oxygen. Oh, trust me, Hades, none of us like this. We're just trying to finish it up.
Yeah.
Her jewel eyes were damp and gleaming.
姉さん。
Sister. I administered candy to her again and again. I couldn't stop myself. He just made himself sour in like a minute. I know, right? Well, to be fair, I think it took a little bit more than a minute, but probably a couple months, but like, you know.
Yeah.
Same result. But she didn't resist. That's because she's drugged, you fucker.
姉さん。
Sister,
すみません。
I know we shouldn't. That we're
僕たちは兄
siblings.
弟なのに。
Yeah, why are you doing this, you fucker?
今日は
But today,
今日だ
tonight
け
could
は
be a
特別
special
です。
exception. You love special exceptions, don't you?
好きでし
Over time, her eyelids grew heavy. Hence why I'm reading this all in his voice and not my voice, because I don't want this associated with me at all.
Fair.
Evidently, the drug had kicked in.
大丈夫。
Don't worry,
そのまま
just
眠
give
気
in to
に
the
身を
sedative
沈ませてい
and
れば
tell yourself that it was all a bad
今日あ
dream.
ったことも、これは
It was a
嫌な
nightmare
夢。
brought upon you by pesky
悪
demons.
魔が見せた
Once you
悪い
wake up,
夢です。
we'll go back to our happy
目が
lives.
覚めたら
Oh. I planted one final tiny kiss on her lips. Then the jar fell, and a candy rainbow scattered all over the floor. Now it truly felt like a nightmare.
Gretel.
Once she was rendered immobile, I left the house. Alright, vigilante time, let's go. I was gonna make it up to her. By putting an end to the people who hurt her. After all, I had a pretty good idea of who it was. It must have been the worthless worms who were hassling her. I vaguely recognized them. They were buddies with the loser I'd sent to the hospital 6 months ago. Let's fucking go, I called it. Why had they waited so long to get their revenge? The more I thought about what they had probably done to my sister, the deeper my rage burned.
見つけた。
Found you! Late that night, when the streets were deserted, I tailed one of the worms and ambushed him. With a little threatening, he quickly admitted that they had attacked my sister. First, I made him tell me what really happened, as well as the whereabouts of his buddies. Then, one by one, I called them all out to the woods where they liked to hang out. Not one of them ever suspected a thing. They all waltzed right up to me, and it was all too easy to nab them. After a little interrogating, they all swiftly confessed to their crimes. This process took place over nearly a full day. I wanted to take them all out during the night, when no one was around. But hey, no plan ever works out perfectly. That said, the little hideout made for a convenient setting. No one came to investigate the commotion. After I had my fill of tormenting them, I stole their phones and viewed the footage of their crime against my sister. On screen, I could see my sister trying to crawl away. They grabbed her by the hair and forced her onto the ground, kicked her, hit her in the face. One of them buried his face into her neck and put his hand up her shirt. But then someone else showed up, and the video ended abruptly. They looked at me, terror in their eyes. I had made several improvements to their faces, including swollen cheeks, cut lips, and dried blood. Thank you for going through the trouble of recording it for me. Now I don't have to think too hard about how to punish you. For now, I'll start with repairing my sister's injuries 100-fold. I dropped the phones to the ground and kicked them to the nearest conveniently available stomach. One kick to the stomach? Oh, but I said 100-fold. So that means I got 99 more to go. 2, 3, 4. I kicked him again and again and again until eventually I started to wear myself out. When I stopped, my victim started to cough and wheeze. Oh, now you're coughing up blood. You're so dramatic. I stomped on his skull. Help. Help you? You really think crying and apologizing will save you? Do you think you could just beg for forgiveness? You do realize how deeply you hurt my sister. Now you only ever think about yourselves. This is why I despise idiots like you. If you think about it, this is nothing compared to what you did to her. Attempted gang rape? Really? Tell me who raised you to be human scum because they did one hell of a job. Yeah, I bet your parents are all scumbags, just like you. Not like you were raised any better. Shut the fuck up! I walked over to the loudmouth and grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up. I raised my fist as he glared bitterly back at me. See, unlike you maggots, I was raised by the perfect woman. Beautiful, smart, kind, skilled at pretty much everything, especially cooking. Everything she makes is heavenly. In all my life, I've never met anyone as exceptional as her, and I doubt anyone will ever surpass her. Once I confirmed that he was done talking back, I threw him to the ground. Then I looked over at the rest of them. Incidentally, is this the only video? Yeah, that's it. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. Do you pinky swear? I pinched the youngest boy's pinky between my thumb and forefinger. These fingers filmed that video. Isn't that right? Stop. Please don't. Evidently, even an idiot like him could see where this was headed. But his desperate plea fell on deaf ears. Will you shut up? All I did was break a finger. Quit making a scene. I sighed and flung out another kick to shut him up. So was that the only video? No others? No, no others. That's the only one. If you're lying, I'll kill you. I'm pretty sure you're gonna do that anyway, buddy, but okay. Oh, I remember. There's photos. Not me though. It was him. He pointed at one of his buddies. Oh? It's the truth. I'm not lying. My gaze turned to this other worm, who immediately started crying and shaking his head. What was their sacrificial offering to me? Oh, was this their sacrificial offering to me? Did they think they could save themselves by throwing their friend under the bus? I snorted. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Well then, I better break one of your fingers too. He tried to crawl away, but I grabbed him by the back of his neck and hoisted him up. I grimaced as an unpleasant stench met my nostrils. The crotch of his pants was visibly damp. He had wet himself. Disgusting. I'm sorry. Please, I'm begging you. Please don't. Truth be told, I didn't really want to even be near them, let alone touch them, but I didn't have a choice. You could walk away. If you knew what you did was wrong, then you shouldn't have done it in the first place. As he flailed on the ground, I stomped my shoe against his face, grabbed his middle finger, and twisted it as hard as I could. His scream echoed through the trees. I picked up a decent-sized rock lying nearby and wedged it into his mouth. Why? Shh. Quiet time. Smiling, I pressed my index finger to his lips. All this screaming is really starting to grate on my ears. I figured if he didn't shut up, I'd just kick him in the face and make him break his teeth on the rock. Instead, he nodded vigorously as tears streamed down his cheeks. Looks like I've crushed them all. I stomped on their phones until they shattered, then pulled out their SIM cards and stomped on those for good measure. Now no one would ever uncover my sister's dark secret. In my relief, I glanced over and made eye contact with one of the quieter worms. I'd better delete your memories while I'm at it. If I stomp down really hard on your skulls, do you think they'd break? You're insane! Have you looked in the mirror lately? You tried to rape my sister. You pinned her down against your will and put your hand up her shirt. If your grudge was with me, then you should have taken it up with me. But instead you went after my sister, like a coward. The only good thing that disgusting video footage was that it showed me they were interrupted before the line could be crossed. Judging from their voice, the intruder was probably Red Riding Hood. But then again, I grabbed the leader by their hair and made him kiss the dirt. This is the one I really needed to torture. The video replayed in my head, vividly, as if I was standing right there at the time. This one buried his face into my sister's neck and slobbered all over her skin. Then he put his hand up her shirt and fondled her breast against her will. You really had the hots for my sister, didn't you? That's why you brought her out here and tried to fuck her.
It's so weird hearing like Gretel swear.
Yeah.
Like they're just like, oh yeah, we haven't swore like at all in this series, and then suddenly unhinged Gretel, fuck shit.
I always knew she had a lot of male admirers, but I didn't realize maggots like you were among them. That said, I get why you'd be attracted to someone as perfect as her. You want what she has. Am I right? I had destroyed the evidence, but the memory still remains. Her pretty face was beaten, and her beautiful body was very nearly tarnished, all thanks to this piece of trash. Just sipping on my cranberry juice, no problem, Hades, just chill out for a bit. Rage boiled inside me. So, how was it? How did my sister's tits feel?
Gross.
Yeah, gross. His lips spread in a crazed grin. Oh, amazing.
No self-preservation skills at all.
Buddy. Why is Gretel saying tits? So funny. It is kind of funny, honestly. I see. Tits. Die, you piece of shit! My anger morphed into murderous design, and I kicked him hard in the gut. Luckily, we know they all live from this, so. Unfortunately, but also fortunately, but also unfortunately. Then I leapt on top of him and punched him over and over and over. His blood stained my fist and flew onto my face. An indeterminate amount of time had passed. My fist was starting to hurt, so I let up. Now there's a nice look for you. The thug who had touched my sister was now nigh unrecognizable. His face was completely swollen and bleeding all over. His nose was possibly broken. And his eardrums might have been ruptured. But that was what he deserved for laying a finger on my sister. That was his just desserts. I could hear the others crying as they watched. How disgraceful! Man up, you little worms! If anyone should be crying, it's me. Now that he was rendered unconscious, I hopped off him. Then I noticed a bottle laying on the ground. I crouched down and picked it up. According to the label, the alcohol content was 69 or 96%. Now then, moving on. They must have thought I was gonna beat them some more because they all yelped and trembled. Relax, I've got something else in mind for this. At first I thought maybe I could erase their memories by giving them brain concussions, or contusions. That simply won't do. As long as they remained alive, my sister and I would relive those memories every time we saw them. So there was only one choice. This was my only option. I opened the bottle and promptly poured its contents all over the worms. The smell of alcohol filled the air, neatly overriding the stench of blood and ammonia. Once the bottle was empty, I tossed it to the ground and they flinched. I told you, I'm done hitting you. I pulled a matchbox out of my pocket and crouched down to their eye level. Then I took a matchstick out of the box and waved it in their faces. Did you know? The higher the alcohol content, the more flammable the liquid. I watched as despair descended over them. Wanna test it out? I pretended to strike the match, and one of them let out a scream. Please, just stop. Let this go. Never. You demon! You're the demons here! You tried to devour my sister! So now is the time to take the trash to the incinerator. Burn in hell. Maggots! But right as I went to light the match...
Stop.
Sister? It was my sister. She wrapped her arms around me from behind, more tightly than I thought she was capable of. I turned to look her in the eyes.
Gretel, you're bleeding.
Evidently, she thought the blood was mine. To reassure her, I smiled and spoke in a cheerful tone. I wouldn't touch me if I were you. Who knows what manner of awful diseases you might catch from their filthy fluids. Don't worry, I'm gonna incinerate all this stinking trash, right here and now.
No.
She snatched at my match faster than I expected her to be. In my surprise, it fell from my fingers to the wet ground. What are you doing? You made me waste it. Well, whatever. I have more where that came from. I pulled another match out of the box.
Please, don't do this.
Don't do what? Don't get justice for you? You have nothing to worry about. I won't make you the villain. I promise.
I'm sorry, everyone. This is all my fault.
Why are you apologizing to these worms, sister? They're the ones who hurt you! In her honor, I stomped on a nearby piece of trash.
That's enough. Enough already. Just stop. If you go any further, he'll die.
Excuse me? That was when I realized that she wasn't worried about me. She was worried about her abusers. She was just so naive. So cloyingly innocent. It made me sick. Who gives a shit if he dies? These vermin will never contribute to society. They have no concept of right and wrong. They simply act out on their own desires. They're literally worthless.
Nah.
Hot calling the kettle. I think I said that the first time we saw this too.
Yep.
Why are you defending them? These creatures attacked you, remember? They very nearly raped you. They hurt your body and scarred your precious soul. The damage could have been permanent, you know.
But it wasn't. I'm fine now.
Well, I'm not fine! Well, thank you for admitting it. Oh, right. The thought of my sister's abusers living happily ever after makes me want to puke!
I'm begging you. Please, just stop. I just want to go home with you. And if you cross that line,
Sister... She was crying. Honestly, I wasn't sure what exactly she was crying over. Me? Herself? Or her attackers? But either way, I knew I had caused it.
Gretel.
Out of nowhere, a fist came flying at me. I couldn't dodge it.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Ryoshi.
The taste of metal spread in my mouth. I spat a glob of blood and saliva to the ground, then glared at the intruder. It was the man I hated more than anyone else. My sister's real brother.
What the hell are you doing here? I told you to get some rest, damn you.
I felt my sister shrink against my back. Poor thing. She was probably scared out of her wits. If you're gonna yell at someone, yell at me. She braved these woods in order to find me.
Gretel.
When I stood up for my sister, Ryoshi rounded on me.
Damn it, Gretel. Do you realize what you were about to do? You're about to commit murder.
Yes, I know. What of it?
I beg your pardon?
He stared at me wide-eyed. Like he was at a loss for words.
Screw it. Lecture will have to wait.
Then he turned away and started to untie the vermin.
Hey, you kids okay? Stay with me.
Help me.
I'm gonna call an ambulance for you. Seems like you're all still breathing.
What are you doing? You don't have to trouble yourself with these worms. Just let nature sort itself out.
Not on your life. Yes, hello. I need an ambulance right away. Right, our current location.
They tried to rape your little sister! Unlike me, he was actually related to her. I was always so envious of that. I coveted that connection.
That doesn't mean they deserve to die. Maybe you don't care if they die, but these kids have families.
Family. So I'm worth even less than these maggots. Is that it?
Gretel.
I mean, that's what it sounds like. After all, I don't have a family. I didn't need to be clued in either. I always knew we weren't related. Unlike you people, I'm not smart or talented. I'm just a worthless piece of trash. That's why I put so much effort into everything I did. Schoolwork, sports. I did everything I could to win the approval from people as naturally perfect as you. That is a lot of P words in a row.
Gretel.
That loser's comments replayed in my mind. I heard you're not really related. Everyone knows it. You were adopted. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I didn't need other people to tell me what I already knew. I knew my parents weren't really my parents. I knew my sister wasn't really my sister. Biologically, we were strangers. Honestly, I couldn't really remember when it was that I first figured it out. Not that it mattered. What mattered was that my sister and I weren't really connected. Her blood didn't run in my veins. Which meant I wasn't special. I knew. I could just tell. Unlike you people, I wasn't skilled or gifted. Be it schoolwork or sports, I quietly put my nose to the grindstone until I got to where I am today. I just wanted to catch up to my sister to stay connected with her. So I crafted the perfect little brother. So why? Why are you people trying to destroy that? If I encouraged your crush, we could be together romantically, but then our sibling relationship would come to an end. Which would mean admitting that I wasn't part of their perfect family. And I would sooner let someone like Wolf have her than admit that. Sister. 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 You're the one person I can't afford to lose. Please, don't abandon me.
Gretel.
Cupping my face in her hand, she pulled me close and kissed my cheek. The non-bloodied one. Then as I stared back in shock, she grabbed my arm and started running. Sister?
Hey, Reikyu. Gretel.
But she ignored her real brother and instead dragged her fake brother deep into the woods. Sister? Oh, sister. I love you more than anyone in the world. And I would follow you anywhere.
Alright, are we gonna see that creepy house again?
Screw you!
I'm
I
torn.
think we're back in normal time.
Yeah,
I already said this.
I know. But I'm torn on stopping here because it's 1 a.m. and I have a con that I'm going to be at all day tomorrow.
Ooh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But
But, like, I also don't know how much is left. Because if it's, like, a small amount, but it's hard to, like,
it's hard to gauge distance, I know.
I think it might be better to just call it now.
Yeah, probably. Especially if you have plans tomorrow.
Yeah, like, gotta wake up early to get to the con on time and whatnot because I have to be there before the con starts because tabling.
Yeah, I have a thing I have to do at 9 in the morning because I'm going to be doing a card tournament early in the morning.
Putty.
I know.
Your thing is when I plan to wake up. Because time zones.
Oh, I'm not streaming it. I'm just participating in an online tournament because it seems like fun.
Well, yeah, but still.
Yeah.
Whatever. If it turns out there's only a little bit left, like, we can definitely start on Kaguya next week too anyways.
Oh yeah, completely. Like,
but for now, this is enough. This is enough. Ugh.
I'm already like, I can't take any more of this today anyway, because it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Inside the brain of a madman.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not like what I saw.
It was nice seeing the wizard, though.
Yeah. Wizard was a nice touch.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if it show up.
Yeah. I think I might be noticing a pattern, though, with, like, the cast that's, like, available in a story. So maybe next one we'll see more of the others.
Yeah, and it seems like they all have, like, predetermined roles, or at least, like, somewhat predetermined roles in the realm that they are in.
Yeah.
Because every time we've seen Ryoshi, he's always been in a authoritative position, typically the wiser older brother.
Mm-hmm.
Wolf's always been the lovable sidekick friend. Red's always been a cop, but not a cop.
Yeah.
And then who else have we seen? Besides Wizard, because Wizard's kind of a wild card.
Yeah. But, like, the wizard was, like, less present in Red's story, so I think maybe for Kaguya he won't be present, that type of thing.
Yeah, I think in the I think in Red's story, the only time he showed up is when we failed.
Yeah. Wondering when Alice is gonna show up in all this, but we'll find out next week, I guess.
Do you really want Alice to be a part of this, of whatever the fuck's going on?
No,
here?
which is why I haven't been like, where the fuck is Alice this time?
Yeah, exactly.
But, like, at the same time, it would be weird if he doesn't show up. Because he's been a constant. He's somewhere here. We just don't know where.
He's just gonna randomly wander into the candy house and be like, what the fuck is going on here?
Maybe.
Because, like, that's the other thing, too. Alice seems to be immune to most of the magic in the world. Or at least based on, like, his dialogue. Like, he typically just kind of just hangs out and does nothing.
Yeah. Like,
and then
he doesn't
the
have
one
a
time...
role.
Yeah, he doesn't have a role because he's like an extra cast member that they just kind of have to throw in somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Which could be related to how, like, Reikyu is the main character because they need a main character for this story, for this whole story to work. But then they got Alice in because Reikyu just kind of pulled him in with her.
Yeah.
So they're just kind of fitting him wherever they need like an extra cast member to be.
He's been pretty like as aware as the wizard has been, if not more aware at times, which is
especially in Red's route, because he's like, hey, you have a role to do here. Go do your fucking role.
Yeah.
Like
in Red's route, he took over like the wizard's role for that stuff, which is interesting.
And it'll be pretty interesting once we actually get to Alice's route, because it's like I'm not going to say he has the same level as control as the wizard, because obviously he doesn't, but he at least has the same amount of awareness as the wizard does.
Wizard route will be interesting for similar reasons.
Yeah, because like, what do you do with a person that can literally control reality?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess he did say that he's not like the one in control of everything, because he did say he's like the witch's familiar, or he was playing the witch's familiar this time around.
Yeah.
So I do like this.
Maybe Alice is the witch.
Alice is the witch.
Hmm.
But which witch is which?
I don't know.
But I do like this route because we're starting to see like similarities across the characters for all the different routes.
Yeah.
And really, like I said, the key to figuring out this story is going to be finding the constants in every route. Because even if it's like Gretel isn't really a psychopath and it's just played up for this route, it's like what part of those personality traits did they amplify from his base personality?
Yeah.
Because like even Red started out like pretty normal and went pretty fanatic near the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they're obviously amplifying the emotions. They're obviously amplifying the feelings of each character.
Yeah.
When it's their time to be the supporting cast member.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting.
Yes.
This is also super problematic.
Mm-hmm.
For obvious reasons.
We officially hit the 6-hour mark. I think we should stop.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we're good. We can.
I always like the
on
post
next week.
Yeah, I always like the post like talks that we have, because it's like we find out more about the game itself.
Yeah, I do enjoy the post talks as well. Not so much when I have to go to sleep.
Yeah, no problem. Go get some sleep.
Yeah, not gonna even bother reading anyone tonight, to be honest.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'll catch you all next time, probably Sunday if you're catching only my streams, because I won't stream tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.